Oh, man. It is terribly hot at the moment. I kid you not. Stepped outside this morning and I was just like, wait a minute. No. Like, oh, it's just awful. Even here in the shop, I got the AC running. I had it running all night, so it kind of cools down the back here. But, man, it is just... So, of course, what am I going to do? Hang around a bunch of old ancient equipment that stinks to high hell with a 350 degree soldering iron underneath my nose. Nice. So, yeah, today is going to be a mixture of stuff, some old, some new. I've got to order some parts as well from the local supplier. Yeah. And of course, in amongst all that is a big, hulking, massive, weighty, meaty Fender Twin Reverb, Silverface. This one is a master volume with the pull boost on there, but not the 135 watt or ultra linear model. So, yeah, still cool. It's kind of nice seeing these amps get a little bit of the kind of recognition for what they are as good pedal platforms and good, like, they're good sounding amps. They sound okay. They're just, a lot of people think of the AB763 and how you can push them and make them break up and that, but these are the champions of pedals, which is, you know, why I quite like them. Build quality, not quite as ideal, and a couple of weird things like with the phase inverter and that could be fixed up, but they're not bad amps, you know, comparatively anyway. It's just now, unfortunately, the price of them has shot up because people realised, and demand, supply, up it goes. And a good day to you too, sir. Currently starting off the day with my third cup of caffeinated beverage. This time is a tea, so just black tea, a little bit of milk, no sugar. Can't do sugar in tea. No thanks. Maybe like a like an Asian style tea or something, like a boba tea or something, sure. But just a general tea, no thanks. All right, hernia in 3, 2, 1. Oh man, these things are monsters. Seriously, they weigh an absolute ton. But, you know, back in the days of before actually having, you know, the access to PAs and power and all the rest of that, it's the only way you're going to keep up with a loud drummer smacking away on a fancy new, like Rogers kit or something like that. You know? Huh? What the heck's happened there? Okay, I'm not going to be plugging that in because that switch looks like it's just died. What the heck? Oh wait, no, it was the other one that had that switch. That's right there. G'day, legends. I love a good twin. Twins, Basil, twins. But Austin, we must get started now. Yeah, this one has been well played, well loved. If you're an Aussie, you will, well, at least from Sydney anyway, you'll know kind of with this amp where it would have come from. So this came from Smithy's PA. Oh, we have a Lyle here. My word, I feel humbled. Absolutely. Yes. What do we got? It is over on live chat. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. You're telling everyone else to. Yes. Put it on live chat. That way you'll see what's there. It's not quite as important when you've got, like, fewer chatters on here. But as more people go along and more things go through there, it goes through to the top chat. And everyone has a different view of it. It's absolutely crazy. You're telling me I'm still chasing my tail on this SVT2 Pro. Oh, yeah. You're bitten off something hard on that one there. So the SVT Pros are a fun one. Because I do service work for Yamaha, so I do a bunch of work on their various models and that. Look, anything from the old days of SLM, St. Louis Music, or Loud Technologies, is an absolute nightmare. I swear, half of the ones that come into my workshop, those Ampeg SVT Pros, it's just reflow a bunch of solder joints, problem solved. That's it. Okay. Wrong one. Okay, so Just some regular old wood screws on the rear panel there with no cup washers. Lovely. I will replace them with, I'll at least put some proper cup washers on there to stop it from sort of chewing up this rear panel quite so much. There. That can go into there. I offered to buy a Silverface Twin this morning on Marketplace for the asking price. He just listed it. Viewed all my messages and didn't reply. Seriously, like, it does happen like that, but sometimes you put something up, if it's at the right price, and it's like, you know, a decent price, or there's enough people out there watching for it, they're going to jump on it and buy it quickly. I'd like some of those customers right now, but I ain't got nobody. Even with the cool stuff that I have, it is dead. There we go. Cool. Alrighty. Come hither. I've done the power tube board service update, the 0.01 cap on IC2, the usual. Yeah. They are a fun one to work on, that's for sure, and they're absolutely backbreaking too. I had one for consignment at the shop years ago when I first opened up. Yeah, it was kind of, yeah, it was a solid bit of kit, but no one bought it, no one wanted it. No, there's back where the shop was out in Campbelltown, there's no backline companies or anything like that, so, you know. Alright, so this one, let me just confirm on my notes what's going on with this. Fender Twin Reverb for this particular customer. Okay, so the trem's gone funky, and some other bits and bobs. No, this is a customer's amp. This is a customer's amp indeed. My recent acquisitions have been, you know, kind of what you've seen here in amongst it all. You know, something like this, I'd probably pick it up, but I've already got another twin in the other workshop I've got to bring over and fix up. But that one actually went through a house fire. I got it mostly sorted, new transformers, all that kind of stuff. It was a 65 reissue, but it's not quite doing what it needs to do. So it's got some noise in the phase inverter that I'm just gonna shotgun all the parts out of it. I'm not gonna bother messing around too much, just out they come. Where's the screws on these? These ones are yeah, so they're top mount on the chassis. You're gonna come and steal it. Please, you get about halfway out the door before you go, oh, me back! Absolute beefcakes, these things. And besides, just build your own. You know how to build an amp. You know how to do it well. No, it'll take you like an afternoon. Hardware chipboard cabinet screws to the win. Yeah. Yep. But at least this cabinet is not made from chipboard ply, but still. Nothing wrong with a good bit of ply. I like it. Okay. Fuse, 5 amp. 5 amp fuse, nice. In a 240 volt country. Yeah, no, that's going to just make sure that's got the lower value fuse in there. I've still got that Martin 000 Eric Clapton acoustic from the house fire. The owner has disappeared. Nice. Nice. This is going to be one of those ones where if they don't respond in the next period, just claim it and sell it. There's only so much we can do as a business. You put in a hell of a lot of work to it. Sometimes people don't turn up. You know what? And that's what happened with the Kubicki bass that I had. Seriously, 18 months I had that thing for. The customer never turned up. I constantly, like, tried contacting this person, emailed, called, nothing. Tried to search him on Facebook, nothing. Sorry, dude. Sold it. Sold it, including my storage costs and all the rest of that. Off it went. Never heard from him again. Same as a Korg Kronos that I did. Didn't hear from him. And then I heard from the guy like a few months after I'd sold it. And I'm like, dude, I tried contacting you for months. You know, when I do work for someone, right? I've taken time out of my day to do that work. I expect money. I've budgeted that for that period, right? When people don't turn up and they don't pay, that just means that all I've done is I've done work and not gotten paid for it. That's why in my terms and conditions, I'm very much a stickler for it these days. It is, you pick it up within 7 days, or I start charging. And I start charging a daily storage charge on anything larger than a pedal of $10 a day. Pedals and such, $5 a day. Once it reaches a point where the value of the storage fee has approached the cost of the unit sale price, I claim it. Because I can't sit around and have people not pay me for work when, I mean, things are already quiet enough here. It's already stressful enough without having to go, I wonder, is this person going to pick up this up and do that? And I want 50% up front for that hectic job. Yep. I've had this one for 2 years now. Dude, sell it. It's done. It's over. Just take it, sell it. Send him an email, make one final phone call, leave a voicemail and say you have 2 weeks to collect this or else we will sell it to recoup. That's it. You know? It's not even, it's in New South Wales, we are allowed to take ownership of goods to sell them on in the event of a customer not turning up or paying for their work. That's it. All you have to do, I spoke with my solicitors about this and confirmed and that, you need to send them an email or some such like that to a known email address or contact, try calling them on the number that they were provided. You've made every reasonable effort multiple times and you say you have 2 weeks until this date. If you collect it, great. Yeah, he could be dead. So you'll hold on to that for eternity and not get paid for it. Bye. How long before you say, screw it, it's mine now? I've got some pedals I modded that dude never came back, paid up front at least. This is not legal advice in any way, shape or form. I can't speak to what it's like in your particular area or anything else like that. If it were me and within the bounds of my moral framework and the way that I do things, right? If somebody's paid for it up front, I don't care. It can just sit there and do whatever up to a reasonable point. Look, if somebody doesn't answer and they don't turn up or whatever else, and I've tried to make every reasonable attempt that I can to contact them, 12 months. 12 months is plenty. 12 months, if within that period someone hasn't contacted you, that's either because A, they have become physically incapacitated and cannot do it, B, they're dead, C, they're in jail and not going to have much use for it anyway, or D, I don't know, they were abducted by aliens. Who knows? So for me, it would be 12 months in those instances. And I have had that previously with, and one of the reasons why I no longer do lay-bys. Customers put a deposit down and then they don't turn up. It's annoying. You know, it's like I got stock here, I can't do anything with it. Like, it takes up space. A couple of pedals, sure, not a thing. But when you've got to, like, move, or you've got to do stuff with the shop, it becomes a nightmare, all right? So if you've done the work, if you've gotten paid, do what you feel is right and within the bounds of your local laws. Jerry, in America, it's called a mechanic's lien. Yes, I know about those because I'm a big fan of the Car Wizard channel. Love his stuff. He's also, like, he's probably the most, kind of the closest parallel you can get to what we do in this industry in how people like myself and Brad and the likes view things like repairs and the value of our work and that kind of stuff. He's a very switched on dude. He's absolutely excellent, great with customers, but he also knows that, like, you know, he's learned from a lot of mistakes that he's done over the years and has a very particular way of doing things that I completely respect. He's great. But yeah, like the mechanic's lien, it's like, nah, man, you're not taking this away until you pay your bill, that's it, and then you lean on it. But that's why also it's a bit kind of odd over there with the US, how you guys do all things with, like, ownership and protections and all that kind of stuff. It's odd. Yeah, 6 months to a year is plenty. If he hasn't turned up, sorry, not your problem anymore, you know. Ah, it's your birthday. Mate, happy birthday to you. I would ask what your age is, but, you know, it's rude to ask someone's age, apparently. I don't even know what age I am half the time. People ask me, and I go, wait, I got to think about it. 1986 to today, how far along are we? But yeah, no, that was a, I checked out that video that you did on that Twin Reverb clone. It's a good video. And of course, you know, the hate started coming through as it does. It's It's like people don't understand, you know? There's a difference between building an amp, designing an amp, and, you know, being kind of switched on about how things are. Okie dokie, this is gonna be a fun one. Ugh. I get a feeling it's probably just gonna be the dead cockroach on this, but I'll check it for noise and all that as well. 86, yep. I was born at the perfect point to miss out on a lot of good music, but be able to enter the job force just before the GFC. Yeah. And people wonder why millennials of my particular age are so cynical. Okay. Got some super cheap bypass caps in there. Not ideal. Oh, come on. There you come. There we go. Oh, hefty, hefty, hefty boy. Oh. Weighs a ton. Oh, okay. Looks like something spilled on the underside there. Yeah. One bonus about having formerly worked in demolition and whatnot, even though I'm a bit of a chunky guy these days, I've still got at least a fair bit of upper body strength where necessary. Alright, that can hang there. Are you 86 or born in 86? Look, I was born in 86, but I have the grievances of someone who is 86 and my hips hurt. From Lyle, Psionic Audio, I can accept some minor mistakes, but that diode, builder never did basic testing. Impossible to bias that fucker. Yeah, like, that is astonishing how you miss that. I was actually watching the video and my missus was in the room as well and she was like asking about it. So I was kind of explaining to her how that works and how those circuits work. So I was explaining how you've got the center of the transformer grounded, and then the two other sides that are pushing backwards and forwards, kind of like pistons, and they're going through a set of diodes, so it's kind of like ratcheting. One goes forward, can't go back. The other one goes forward, can't go back. So as you're doing that, it's creating like this humped kind of wave that the filters are going to rectify and do all that. When you take out one of those halves of the diode, suddenly you've only got one half of that, so you're going lump, big gap, lump, big gap. So the way it works with that and capacitors is you've got like the things like time constants and all the rest that work in. Basically, the capacitor will charge up, but then because there's now a big gap between the next time it's going to be recharged, it's now got a big slope down, and then it's going to go back up. So that ripple, the distance between the top and the bottom of when those devices charge up, that's what's going to give that noise. So it was running on a half-wave rectifier half-wave rectifier instead of a full wave, so it wasn't actually rectifying both sides of it. In other words, how the hell do you miss that? You would have turned it on, if you had done basic checks, you would have either heard the hum because it would have been loud as anything, because there's not exactly like there's a huge amount of filtration in those amps, or you would have like looked at it visually, measured things, gone, oh, that's a lot of ripple on there, why is there so much ripple? But he's such a nice guy, and, you know, of course, yeah, he's got your money. It doesn't matter if someone's nice. I'm not nice, for the most part. If I like you, I'm nice. But it's about competency, you know. You can only go to a certain level before it's like you're just making excuses for someone. Sometimes it's fanboys, sometimes like, oh, he's a small uwu bean, you've got to, like, you know, forgive him for what he does. Like, no. If they're taking money from a customer, you want to make sure that you've got the product that's worth what the money is. But, you know, Michelle watched it with me too. Even she picked the fuck-ups. Yeah. If you're going to get into amp building, I mean, you can get into it. It's not the hardest thing in the world to do with this stuff. I mean, compared to like solid-state design or stuff like that, you can easily kind of see things and go, oh, yep, cool, you know, I can copy that, I can do that, but you want to have a half-decent understanding as well of, electronics, so you can understand how things have changed over the decades, how wall voltages have changed, how all that stuff has. Okay, so a bit of an inspection on this one. There we go. Look there. It's trying to be nice. Yeah. See, you are very, very diplomatic on how you do things. I don't think I could be quite that diplomatic myself. You know, it is... It's the same reason I hate luthier-built guitars, like, you know, boutique builders and boutique pickup winders. 99% of them suck and they're just copying someone else's design. Great, just what we need. Another goddamn Strat clone. Awesome. Oh, this one has a relic, really? Oh, and a modified 9.5-inch radius. My God, wow. Oh, and it looks like somebody else's guitar? Brilliant. Cool. How much? $5,500. Okay, cool. No thanks. It's just, nah, man. Pickup winders as well. Oh, look, it's another PAF. So in other words, it's completely inconsistent, and two different ones off the same winding line on the day can be, you know, vastly different. They just use whatever color bobbin they had on hand, but somehow they sound all so much more amazing. Just, it's, there's no original ideas anymore, and it's annoying. It's frustrating. I don't mind if people, like, you know, copy things or do stuff if there's, like, no kind of, like, replacement thing, like synths, right? A lot of people hate Behringer. I can't, really, because Roland sure as hell aren't going to do a reissue or something of the Jupiter. Some people are happy with the plugins. I am. They sound 99% the same for that type of thing. But your average player is not going to drop $40,000, $50,000 on a 40-year-old synth that costs a lot to maintain, that someone like me has to be paid a lot to keep them maintained. So they're offering that service. When they copy, like, an existing product, that's a bit shitty. But, you know, no one's going to drop, not most people are going to have the money to drop a huge amount of money on, like, a Model D reissue. They're expensive, right? It's just, oh, yeah. All right, back to what I was doing with this. So if we take a look inside, people hate honesty. They just want their insecurities pandered to. Some people do. Some people like to have them challenged, and some people like rage bait. It's like those annoying, like, posts on Reddit or things that you see on Facebook that, like, you know, my missus and other people scroll in the reels. It's like rage bait, and you're gonna watch it. People like that kind of thing, so that's what I'm there for. So, yeah, what was I saying back onto this? How was it? You got to run me through how to set up that chat. I've told you before, I'll give you a hand setting up your live streaming stuff and all of that. Thanks, boss. You know, there's a fair bit to do it, and, like, you know, it's, yeah, you know, well, brain work. Yeah, setting up OBS and all the rest of that. It's easy enough to do. I've got to finish. I've actually got to, next week I'll have the new version all up, which has even more fancy bits in there. Yeah. Behringer gear is crap. I have had many fail on me. Yes, but how much did you spend on it? They are super, super, super cheap. That's the whole thing. You know, you just, it is worth, like, you know, very little, so you take it and you throw it out and you buy something new. You know, you don't buy Behringer for a good time. I have a keyboard controller and soft synths. So do I. Actually, my keyboard controller is here because I now currently no longer have a studio, so all of my studio stuff is packed up. Look at this. There we go. Works well enough for me. Arturia 61, key, jobby. I got Arturia, what's the V collection? I'm on, like, version 8, I think, 7. I don't know. I haven't updated in a while because I don't need to. I can at least buy it and have it. What do we got? Blah, blah, blah. Good. See, I can't even do my own job here. You guys are, like, telling me what to do. It's like, yes. See, if we look even closer, right? We go over to here and here, and we zoom right on in because, you know, I have a camera that does focus and does all that kind of stuff. There we go. Swing this out a little bit. There we go. Right there. What we actually have is even worse than just that. Looking here, we've actually got 2 different screen resistors, screen grids here. So that one's cooked. That one's been replaced at some point. The original 470s are over here on that side and the other. And the one over on this side is not a happy chappy. Yeah. This is going to be one of those ones where I told the customer, look, if you want it done properly, I can do it properly. We'll give it a bit of an overhaul, do the important stuff on it, and get it sorted. It's not like he's, like, you know, short a couple of bucks, which is nice. whilst this is being dropped in, he bought a Hot Rod DeVille 410 that I had for sale to fill it in. Looks like a 1-watt carbon film. Yeah. So, as with anything I do, something like this one here, it's a twin, it's a Silverface. Let's make it more reliable. So, something like that, I'm going to bump the grids up to, the screen grids up to 1K. I've got my 1K 5-watt lightweights. They work quite well. I've had several people have me swap a Behringer pedal's guts into a metal chassis and throw it in a proper DPT switch. Yeah, there are people out there who do that because, for example, like, up until recently, Boss didn't do a remake of the HM2. Behringer did. There you go. Not going to drop $300 on a second-hand one. You can get a Behringer one for like $40. Throw it in pay someone like to throw it in a case for you for like another $80. There you go. And they've got the ability to jam the switch halfway between, which is kind of cool. Oh no, sorry, that was the Hyperfuzz. That's right, the Hyperfuzz. But the HM2 they did too. What is it? Mine's an old cheap M Audio weighted 88. Total overkill for my needs. Yeah, I want to actually learn how to play piano properly. I can do keyboard stuff. I can do enough that I can service and repair Rhodes and Wurlitzers and CP88s and all the rest of that in keybeds. I can do my chromatic runs and some chords and things, but it would be nice to be able to actually do proper playing. You know, I can already play guitar, I can play bass, I can play a couple of other instruments, and I can sing, but yeah, it'd be nice to actually be able to sit there and play keyboards, because then I don't have to play with other people. I can just, you know, program a drum machine and play along with myself. Alright, so yeah, initial visual inspection are a couple of repairs that have been done previously. What have we got here? So we've got some original, yep. So we've got some original cappy caps going on there. We've got some resistors have been replaced, so we've got all the way down here. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's start from down here. Stay. So down this end we've got a screen resistor that's been replaced on V1. So that one has gone, but there's a big chip in the side of it, like right here on the side. There's a massive chunk out of it. What I can do is I can actually go, ta-da, let's go with that, let's go with that, let's go to there, and I want to add a, no, display capture, there we go, and go. That's not what I want. Wrong one. Yes, I wish to delete that. Another one. There we go, video capture device, thank you. Go. There we go. Ta-da! Sweet! There! Awesome. I can do, I'll go to full high def, why not? Is it gonna work? There we go! Nice. So, what I've got is I've now got my phone here in my hands, and I can actually get in really nice and close here. So yeah, so we can see on that resistor there that is actually blown out right there, or something, it's chipped. Absolute pain in the butt. Plate low resistor, yes, I know. Jerry London, Jimmy, how's it going? Morning to you too, Donatello. And yes, this is very, very quite dusty. So it's had a cap that's been replaced here as well. It's a pretty crap one. Doesn't look ideal. Super budget, super junk. That one's also been replaced there. What do we got? No, they're still looking kind of okay. Gotta love how much wax is on these damn boards. Alright, so yeah, so we've got the original cappy cap there. Yep, so we've had a resistor replaced there as well. And that one, so that's the 82K, so that's one half of the phase inverter. 100K there. And that, cool. How's bias and all that looking down here? Yep. Alright. Yeah, so down here in the power section, power tubes, we got ourselves one original resistor there. Got another one. We've got one that's been replaced there, and that is a crispy chaffee, so that's not overly happy. This one's also being replaced. Looks like there's a little bit of heat on there, potentially. Go on, there we go. Like so. And then, of course, that one there is original, and it looks a little bit discolored as well. What's nice, though, whoever has done this, is they have actually tied off all the other taps and disconnected that, there we go, that switch. Because a lot of people switch it and mess it around and go bang, which is not ideal. Let's take a look at the fuse. What's the fuse actually got in here? They say it's 5 amp. It really shouldn't be. It should be more like 2.5 for a 240 volt country. What do we got here? Yeah, 5 amp. That is 5 amp indeed. Yeah, I'll change that out for a lower voltage. Now here's something that you might not see in a lot of amps unless you're working on them in Europe or here in Australia. In the US, the Silverfaces and similar, what they actually have, there we go, is they've got a switch on that side, which is a standard single pole, single throw. But over on the other side, we've actually got a DP double pole, double throw switch. So it switches both sides of the standby in and out. I like it, it's good. Because of how shallow the chassis are, they had to use this type. And these are also used in like Marshalls and some others too, so quite a solid switch. I've got a couple here on hand that I've had for a while. I bought up a stack of them ages ago when I had a few of these devices come in. Let's see, we got any pots that have been replaced? No, they look pretty good and original. Yep. That doesn't look happy. That does not look happy at all. Ugh. It's gunky and nasty. So somebody's put in some really hefty balancing resistors there on the heater supply. I might swap those out for something a bit more reasonable and also put fusible ones in there, just so they can obviously act like a fuse. Yeah, it's kind of like an ideal way of going about it. Tag strip. Yeah, the tag strips to address the board leakage. Yep. You said screen resistor, don't you love pedants? Totally. It is a resistor. It's a screen resistor. It's a resistor for the screen. Screen grid. Just because I emit a word, people know what's there. I'm a language descriptivist, not prescriptivist. Cool. There we go. That can now hide away. That can go away. Alright. But yeah, that's one of the bonuses about having a Mac, is that I can use my phone as a mobile camera to do all the little close-ups and stuff like that. Disconnection of those switches is highly recommended. Yes. You're not touring with one of these. You're not going outside of 240 volt. Let's just keep it plugged in. And also with the wall windings and that, they kind of actually sit closer to the 260 volt ones on these anyway. So swap them out and away you rock and roll. Yeah, so let's flip it over. Take a look on the underside. Oh my dear giddy aunt. Oh yeah. Stay. There we go. Oh, that's not ideal. Not ideal at all. Oh, isn't that cute? Somebody's written some kind of random numbers on top of here, probably trying to like balance them or something. Oh, and of course, you know, using coin bases with a bear claw setup. Just so if you don't know, these amps and similar use like the bear trap type ones, but the tubes that are currently in this, come on, these ones, so they're like the Coinbase 588 ones, the old Sovtech, like Soviet surplus. You know, they made them forever. Oh god, these pins are like greasy. I think I found some of your shmoo guy has put something inside of here. Maybe it's coming from the same person. Yeah, so you put the Coinbase in there, but you put the bear trap on, and the bear trap grabs like around the actual glass envelope. That heats up, it just softens just enough for those points to actually indent a little bit, cools down, expands, and that's going to create a potential fracture point in there. So, oy. Those sockets are pretty nasty. I'll have to wash them, clean them out with some what's the IPA. Oh god, even just trying to like get them out, they get caught on the edge of the coin base on them. How annoying. I thought those bias power resistors were fusible by virtue of their values. Yes, however, there's a difference between a resistor that will act like a fuse and a fusible resistor. So a fusible resistor will basically go and kill itself, and it will kill itself open, and it won't catch fire. It'll like open up internally. So it will kind of kill itself on that. However, and we're not bias power resistors, sorry. We're talking about the heater resistors. So, say for example, if you've got, God damn it, I did it again. I keep spilling my container of my little pump bottle of ISO on the bench because I'm an idiot. I need to put a magnet in the bottom of it and put like a little metal sheet on there so I can just stick it there so it doesn't fall over. So what I was saying, yeah. So with a heater supply, right? Say for example, you've got a short, like a screened heater, or like a cathode. B plus to heater short. It will dump a lot of that current through those resistors, through the windings of the 6-volt supply, and if those resistors are kind of like super powerful and hold a lot of power, they will let a lot of that current through. So basically, your high voltage supply will just dump all of its juice through that, and that can potentially damage a transformer, can damage other components. So you want to try and cut that off as quick as possible, because the heating circuit will be fine, but the high voltage will go and might take out the transformer potentially. Not what you want. Those Mallory sockets are pretty crap. What can you do? Another TSL 100 inquiry just now. It'll be interesting to hear whether that is indeed true about the state of future PCBs from Marshall, whether they do pull the trigger or not. Thoughts as to using cement resistors versus wire wound, or where you use one versus the other. Chassis mounted, same working wattage in place of cement resistors to get them off the PCB. I mean, cement resistors are usually just referred to as like the ceramics on the outside. They have like the cement on the underside there to seal them in, but they are still wire wound. There's different kind of form factors of wire wound. I like, depending on what they are, I tend to like the lightweight, like ohmite ones. Ohmite ones? Where is it? I got some here. There we go. This type. So these are the ones that I, for example, use on screen grids. There we go. 1K, 5 watt, relatively small, but lightweight. They work quite well for those situations because they don't add a huge amount of weight to the socket, so you're not like stretching around too much. What have we got? Chassis mounted, some in place of cement resistors to get them off the PCB. I mean, yeah, you can do that way. There we go. Ew. No, oh my god. Right, okay, so let me pull the phone back out. Oh god, this is nasty. All right, let's turn that back on thusly. Let's go, come on. Connect through. Ugh, come on. Do the thing, would you? Here up. That's not it. I'll go on, thank you. Come on. Come on. Go off. And reconnect. Go. Same network, thank you. Come on. Yeah, I've never, seriously, people don't do the whole, like, proper thing with the, Silverfaces or anything. This one has obviously been done a long distance in the past. The values are out of whack. Yeah. Yeah, that's, oh boy. 1 second. Reconnect this bloody thing. Yes, hit the like button. Come on. Do it now. Come on. 20 viewers and only 12 likes. Come on. Come on. Nah. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Yes. Alright. Good. Now pair up. Do the thing. Hurry up, get to it, would you? Get me on the network, you. There we go. There we go. Nice. Awesome. All right, now, if you have a sensitive stomach, I would probably recommend looking away. Okay, here we have ourselves a wonderful board. We got ourselves 220 at 385. Okay, cool. 16 at 500. Okay. Yep. The original 70s here. Lovely. Nice. Look at that. Look at that. That is horrid. That is so... I don't think I've ever actually seen something that's gone that, like, badly. Like, what on earth? So, yeah, this is going to be one of those ones where the customer is going to be informed that it needs a recap, or else I'm just going to box it back up and hand it back to him, because, yeah, I'm not going to be sending that back like this. That's ew. No thanks. Yeah, just reform it. It's all good to do. Just reform it. Ah, she'll be right, mate. Nah. I don't want you to change anything on it. I want it all original. I want the tone to be like the same as what it was. You know? Don't mess with it, eh? It's all in the mojo. Okay. So it's never easy. Someone comes in and goes, "Oh yeah, it's a you know, it's just tremolo, just tremolo's fine." Thankfully, like I said, this guy's pretty okay, interesting dude, but you know, he's kind of cool. So he will probably respect what I have to say and go down the route of doing the work. Like I said, just to kill time while he's waiting for this to be done, he bought an $800 amp off of me to play at home anyway. So, yeah, if I can resurrect this one for him and he can have another couple of decades use out of it, why not? But at a minimum, we are going to need a recap. Those screen grids, look, I'll test these tubes, but given how crispy those screen grids are, I'm probably going to hazard a guess that they'll probably need changing anyway. You know, I'm sure the customer wants reliability. He wants it to keep operating. Let's just throw in, let's get some good quality new tubes in there that aren't going to be affected by the bear traps here. Get them biased up, make sure it's all set kind of the way it ideally should be. And he was also asking you about some potential mods, so I'll check to see kind of what he wants to do, how long it might take me to sort them, and yeah, you know. But let's check the tubes out. What do we got in here? Sovtech 7025 in that one. At least the socket isn't like all squishy and gel-like. Yep, another 7025. That one there. What we got here? 12AT70309 date code, so that's 20 odd years old. It's not too bad though. It'll do the jobby. 12AX7 from 03 as well, so I would hazard a guess that those two were changed at the same time back when this work was done. Just reform it, yeah, totally. Pick that stuff off and glue it. Yeah, no, yeah, why not? Dr. Gear's like button is a soft touch true bypass switch. Yes, we're all about the finest hand-selected components here. We will take, of course, the best of what's out there and make it even better by convincing you that it's better, by putting the best marketing spiel out there, by telling you that you need this. If you don't have this today, then your tone will not be there, and the people on the other side of the stage will be able to tell. Therefore, if you don't buy this quantum amazing bit of kit, you will be a lesser person. Buy it. Buy it today. Okay, this one has original tube 7025 there. Come on, in you go. That's like, sweet. Terminator blood, get to the chopper. Honestly, I do quite like what's he? I've drawn a blank on him. I listened all the time. Austrian Death Machine, that's it. Austrian Death Machine. Even though the guy's a weirdo and a creep and tried to kill his wife, but good band, good music. I like it. You know, it was solid. Yeah, that's a EHX 12AT7, at least in the right thing. But have you tested them? Have you tested them? Yes, I tested them with these things. My eyes and my brain. The two work in tandem. Therefore, I know I don't have to test them. Okie dokie. What else we got? Tone seepage. Look, it's like magic. It's like magic smoke. You can't put the tone goo back in. Once it's out, it's out. What we got? What we got? Just finished building KLD JCM25 kit. Anyone know of good Ampeg B15N kit? No clue. Mojo Tone has one? Yeah, probably. Do customers really say stuff like it's all in the Mojo? More often than you would honestly think. Guitar is one of those things where it's like, the only other thing I can think of that's like kind of potentially close as a parallel is like photography. Photography, for example, if you have a lens and you've got to get it opened up and cleaned and all the rest of that, you can affect like the image a bit by having the internal layers cleaned and all the rest of that, which can change it a little bit. But sometimes it has to be happening if you get fungus or something inside there. Not usually a typical thing. But with guitars and stuff like that, people hear it and they think that they want it all original, must not be changed, rather than these wear out. That it will bring it back to how it was meant to sound, how all those recordings you ever heard were on a new version of these, not ones that were clapped out and worn. You know, you buy a, you buy yourself a an old, classic car. You don't go, oh, does it have the original fan belt in there? You know, I've got to make sure it's got the original drums that it's shipped with from the factory. You know, the oil that's in there, I want to make sure it's got the original oil. It's got to be all original. Nah. I mean, those old barn finds are usually worth, like, less, because everyone knows, oh, there is so much I have to do to this, it hasn't been maintained properly. Absolute horrendousness. What have we got else? I was playing my new cheap casino through a 64 AC10. Nice. You should soak his nuts in some solvent. The potentiometer nuts. Oh yeah, I'm glad you clarified that one. That was a bit of an odd one. More likely the component failed in such a way to create the vintage tone. Yeah, no, it's just how it was back in the day. It was loud and noisy and bzzz. I feel you can separate the maniac from the art to a degree. Obviously, there are some people that it's like, no, they just, let's not. Rolf Harris, for example, that's a bit on the nose. Jimmy Savile, nah, let's not, you know? Sometimes the parts canon is warranted. Sometimes. Pass a Hail Mary. Just go for it. Mojo, more cash wasted, yeah. Looking like a good day for storms. Might piss off with the camera when Michelle gets to the shop if it starts brewing up hard. You and your storm chasing. I'll leave that one up to you, thank you. Got lightning detector alarm set to a 50-kilometer radius. I've played a friend's newish casino. It's a very sound guitar. Congratulations on your new instrument. I have opinions on the Gibson portfolio of companies, including Epiphone, and I will probably bite my tongue on this one. I mean, look, they can be okay. They're more consistent than the Gibson ones, but having seen like the dealer portal on the back end, how many seconds there are as well. Like, the stuff that gets shipped out is ridiculous. Me, personally, for that kind of thing, I would rather just grab a good Japanese copy. That's just me, though. What do we got? Japanese Strat and Prince of Reverb every day. Birthday / 50k happy for myself. Nice little guitar. Nice. Where is it now? I've been playing my Japanese Strat and that. Fixing a Veritone is kind of a nightmare. Oh, God, seriously. I had someone bring in a 70s 355 with a Veritone in there. And then I had another dude who came in who was like a stoner metal dude, and he wanted me to replace the tone control in an SG and put a Veritone switch in there. And I was like, there's like no room in here. I'm going to like squish it all in. And somehow I managed to fit it. Just managed to fit it. And it was like a really, really thin, like a really small cavity SG2. Like, it was just, yeah, wasn't ideal for what he wanted to do, but I got it there in the end. It's all that matters. All right, so that one's going to need some new caps and some vertical and whatnot. I'm not even gonna switch that one on and do anything until I know those caps are done, because they are just, they're gone. They're gone, baby. What we got? There we go. Put my little parts in the baggie. Thinking of bypassing baritone and putting a dummy in there. Yeah, why not? One thing I miss about living in Australia is the intense summer storms. Yeah, they could be alright. You're not washing in all day. I've got some of those screws actually I can replace them with. They can go there, they can go there. And that one, and this one, and that one. Alright. The doghouse looks like the Load album cover. So, does anyone actually know what the Load album cover was depicting? Like what it actually was on there? It's kind of a thing, you know. Just build a baritone pedal. No different circuit-wise from having in guitar. Correct. Correct indeed. Okay. Just finished clearing, setting up a J-Terse, a Music Man copy. Disgusting and sticky. Full IPA bath and polish. Set her up and let her sit for a day. Nice. Nice indeed. Alright, this one can roll out of the way. Oh, come hither. Come on. That one goes there. Oh my god, my giddy aunt. My back. My back. My back, my back, my back. Okay. They can go with that one there. Thusly. Paul what is it? Climber Kalen, blood. Paul Crane, jizz, wasn't it? You're half right. It was blood and jizz. So yeah, it was actually both of them on a film, slide. That thing. Glass slide. Where is it? There we go. I'll grab this one. Stay. Yeah. Rock and roll. There we go. I'll do a bit of show and tell, because while I'm here, since we're talking about, like, you know, 335s and similar type stuff, let's zoom that out. There we go. So, in amongst my collection, I have way too many instruments. I'm kind of thinning the herd, but I do like a good sort of 335-ish type thing in that. So, being a Vox dealer up until recently, I could get a hold of instruments and all the rest of that cheap. And Vox brought in the Bobcats again, but what they were, instead of being like real crap and bolt-on and all the rest of that, they actually made them like a proper set neck, 335 type thing, semi-hollow, so you got like your block running through there, which is quite nice. Three versions they did, one with like 3 single coils, this one with like 2 P90s. They're actually single coils under P90 things, and yeah, you know, it's got pretty sort of neat thing about it. Made in Korea, really, really good quality. So these had a retail price of like $3.5 grand when they came out. I got it for like a lot less than that, thankfully. And because I'm an absolute masochist, I had to get one that had a Bigsby because, I don't know, I felt like pretending to be Brian Setzer once in a while. Oh, there we go. Horse semen and blood. Are we talking about Vosh here? You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Brad? I've got some work to do and listen along. Yell if you need me. I don't know, do we really need you around, Brad? Your company is always appreciated, but, you know. I'm sure I shall survive doing what I need to do. Alright. Next one, take a look at this AC30 C1. Yeah, it's a really nice guitar. I love it. I have 2 of them. I've got that one, which is the black one with the black hardware and the Bigsby, and I've got a black and white one that's got white binding with white covers on the pickups. And when I say white, I mean not like the creamy white type one, like really bright white. They look absolutely excellent. I can never be Brian Setzer. He's too damn cool and just such a good player. But yes, thank you much for coming along, Lyle. Catch you again. Speaking of, you know, the old school kind of country players and rockabilly and all the rest of that, this thing Oh, weighs a ton, as they all do. Let me just get my little tickety jobby off so we don't dox the customer. Whoop, there we go. So we got ourselves an AC30 C1, but look at that. It's got like the leather embossed, like the embossed style finish on the outside, like paisley pattern and all that. It's kind of cool as hell. So, what is this one in for? I think this was lights on, nobody's home, I think. AC30 S1, there we go. Just no go, right, yeah, so nothing, no power, nothing at all. Okie dokie. So I'm going to assume, yep. Only you. Yeah, so this one is no go at all. Let's get some power happening and see what happens. Flip it around. Oh my dear, giddy on. Oh, this weighs a ton. Again. Oh, oh. What? No, this is a CC. Because the CCs have the all the fancy switches and all the rest of that on there. The C series, the current ones, they're the ones without it. The CCs were the what's he? Yeah, that's what I said. I said CC1s. Chinese custom series, as they call them. Ay, ay, ay. When an amp comes with a plug like this, that's when you got to be a little wary. Also, this particular one is a 110 volt model, and there is a little teeny tiny itty bitty underrated transformer inside of there. This is 200 volt amp, they say. Whereas this, what is this pulling? 4 amps at 110, 120 I should say. Yeah, it's going to be way more than that. That thing's going to be struggling, probably. Yeah, this thing's tiny, absolutely minuscule. I wonder, how's the fuse in this thing? Come on. Hey, my amp's not working. Well, I mean, you do have like a blown fuse in your step-down transformer that is well and truly underrated for what it needs to be. Let me just quickly confirm that with my multimeter. This might be one of those real easy jobs. Which, I mean, yeah, I like easy jobs. I also like jobs that pay money. I was just watching Brian May's Tech, and they have a new rack unit that finds RF interference. Works with every stadium. Oh, nice. Ba-ba. Yep, that is open. So we have ourselves a open fuse in the step-down transformer. Go there. Come on, in we go. I said get in there. Because this transformer is going to be struggling to keep up. That thing is like minuscule. The tube amp pulls a hell of a lot of current on things like heaters and all the rest of that. So that's why they're highly inefficient what they do. You know, it's like a 100 watt tube amp still going to pull like a couple of 100 watts easily. Come on, get out. Ugh, damn things. Well, no then. I think this. There we go. So we've still got a fuse that's intact on the inlet of the amp, which is nice. That's good. That's good indeed. All right. Yep. So it says that it wants a slow blow 4 amp. Slow blow 4 amp. I have both a 40th anniversary Strat and a Les Paul Studio, new in the case with tags. What would be a reasonable insurance price? Right now I have it $3,000 each, but I need to update my insurance. Honestly, I have no idea because I can only speak for the Australian market. So I write insurance certificates and valuations for customers, and I work with a couple of insurance companies when there's like damage and that to them to value them and sort that out. Australia has a very unique vintage amp, vintage instrument like valuing, because we don't have as many of them. They're not as easily attainable, and when we do get them, to find something like for like, it's at a premium, and you've often got to get it from overseas, and with the weak Australian dollar, prices fluctuate quite regularly. So, for example, you know, a 40th anniversary Strat, surprisingly not worth a huge amount unless it's like absolutely mint, and even then, like, there's a couple of people who are collecting them, but they're not moving in huge quantities, right? What was the other one? A Les Paul Studio. Les Paul Studios in the US, I think, are worth next to nothing. Here in Australia, a Les Paul Studio, depending on when it was made, what color it is and that, you might get like $1,800 to $2,500 for it in Schmidt condition. They're not worth a huge amount here, because they were like the only Les Pauls really kind of sold in Australia, because in like the 90s and 2000s, the Les Paul Standard was like a $6,000 guitar. Red Special Guitar podcast here on YouTube. It was a video. Yeah, right. I'll have to check it out. One thing that kind of does annoy me about the Brian May, like, Red Special thing and that, is the pedals that are done by Greg Fryer. $3 of parts is not worth $500 because it has Brian May's signature on the outside. It is a stock standard single transistor treble booster that is not worth that money. That is just, no, absolute insanity. No, that annoys me. Yeah. No way. I got it to go flashing green red by wiggling the ribbon cable from the power amp board to the preamp board. Yep. Always check those solder joints on those pins as well. That's what I mean. Like, if it's an old SLM or something like that, you might find that there is like dry cracked solder joints on those on those sections there. If there is, that's what's going to be causing you hell. All right, now let's run this into my Variac. Drop the power down to 120, because I don't want to blow anything up. There we go. Let's keep an eye on the power level. Thusly. Saw that. $500 is nuts. Yes, it is. Absolute insanity. A fool in his money and all that kind of stuff, etc., etc., etc. No, I don't. Go away. Hit the wrong button. There we go. Mode. Power. There we go. I need to check my power consumption and all that jazz. Where to put my AC cable? 500 of them around, and I keep losing them because I'm a specialton. What do we got out here? Out here? No. No. Why is the door open? Bloody hell. Close. Thank you. Alright. Ow. Where did this cable go? I need a cable. Cable, cable, cable. Cable. Hello. Hello. No, that's not it. That's too short. Seriously, where did I put it? I'm having a moment. Having a moment. Yet again. How's it do? That one there. Is that it? That'll do. Should do anyway. I think it does. Nope, that's a clover leaf. I just need standard kettle cord. C15, that one. Okay. Oh, there we go. Check. There we go. Alright. Let's plug that in. We're on 120. In like so. Just going to quickly check the HT fuse as well. Make sure that's not gone. Gimme. There we go. HT fuse is fine. 500 milliamps, slow blow. 500 milliamps, slow blow. Man, this is wild. It's actually like what it needs to be. Groovy. Okay. Alright, let's just YOLO it. Power on. Straight away. Nice. Input link, all that jazz. EQ up, EQ up. Speed depth, no, don't need to worry about that. Cut can stay where it is. This might be just one of those real simple repairs. But I'm still, while I'm here, because I know how much these things will like destroy tubes and whatnot, I'll still check them out while I'm here. 50 ohm, wow, that is very hot. Very, very hot. This one also has the Vox Bulldog speaker in it. Vox Bulldog. Not the worst speakers in the world, but certainly not my preference. The old classic is, you know, the Vox, the AC30, Celestian Blue, an old radio speaker. Oh yeah, come on. Get out, you damn cables. Oh, there we go. Yes, we've got some hum. So it's not sounding ideal. So at 0 volume, everything all down, we've got a bit of hum. Bit of hum indeed. Okay. Whoa, okay, that board is loose as anything, so that'll have to be fixed anyway. Okay, so that control's a bit funky, a bit loose. So it's working, but it sounds a bit off. How's the trim going? Alright, so we've isolated where the problem is with the power. I want to check out why we've got such a high noise floor, outside of just the fact that it's a Vox of this particular era. Oh, hello. Yep, wouldn't be the first time I've dealt with one of those that does that. The IEC socket decided it was going to try and yeet itself from the chassis. Not ideal. Not ideal indeed. What have we got here? That there, that's there. Yeah, right. Q. Alright. Okay, let's screwdriver off the rear of this thing. It's like a mixture of different size screws on here too. Yeah, the input jack is loose and funky, so they sit on like a PCB. One of them looks like it might potentially be broken, so I'll have to replace that whilst I'm here anyway. And those tubes, I'll take a look at them, see how truly and utterly naffed they are. The thing is with these amps, they also had the switchable bypass cap, bypass resistor, sorry, the biasing resistor. So you could set them to have like a really, really, really over-the-top current, or an even more over-the-top current. They would absolutely just cook EL84s. Absolutely cook them. It's not 1964 anymore. It's not like there's like a, you know, the metallurgy and the skills and the mass manufacturing with which to make them at that sort of level anymore. Modern tubes are good, but you know, we're not making them in the millions like we used to, so you're not going to get that sort of thing. Being offered 10 new dead VHT Micro 6 amps for 150 bucks. So they're known issues, beside being dead, of course. They're just cheap Chinese amps. They're basically just champ clones. That's it. If you get 6 of them for 150 and you can make 2 of them work and sell them for 150 each, you're laughing. Then take the rest of them, throw them out. Or, you know, take the speakers out and put the, put the speakers up for sale as a little cheapy thing. If I had 6 of them offered to me for 150 bucks for the lot, I'd take them. And I would sell them after I'd fixed them up. They are really, really easy. I can't think of any specific, issues off the top of my head with them, other than just being sort of kind of poor quality build-wise. Mark Spurgeon. Hey, guys. Hey. Hey. For those who don't know, currently working on a Vox AC30 CC1. So this one came in because the customer said it was not working. Found the reason why it wasn't working is because of the Doovie. Uses a step-down power transformer because it's a 120 volt model, and the power transformer was underrated and was run off its feet, and so it blew a fuse. Wait. VHT Micro 6 amps. This is a pedal amp. Wait, what? Let me take a look here. What is it? VHT Micro Me. Wait, what? Oh, the Redline amps. Those little pedal board things are basically like a Magnum 22 or type things. Nah, I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole. They're either just going to be real simple chip-on amp type things, and the chip-on amp has died, or yeah, you wouldn't make boo diddly out of them. Not worth it. It's like if someone brought in a stack of Magnum 44 or Magnum 22 power amps, I wouldn't touch them. Or someone brought in a bunch of Moa baby bombs. Nah, no, thank you. Hard pass. Okay, let's take a look inside here. How are we looking? Yep. This one's there, go to there, go to there. 350 at 10, 10, that there, yep. Okay. That goes there. Warming up. 12 degrees Fahrenheit. It's so nice. Dems be some funny numbers. Oh, yeah, that's right. Had to pull out this whole bloody thing in order to actually look at the inside of it. Damn it. Forgot about that. It's been a while since I worked on one of these. Yes. So they're wedged in, and of course that goes under there. And Vox, why did you have to do this? Why? Oh man, absolutely a resounding annoyance. All right, so the screws are up in there. I'll remove those. Of course I do. Bah. It's bloody annoying. All right. Let's do it. Come here. Oh yeah. There we go. Oh, tight squeeze. Yeah, here in Sydney it is definitely not cold. It is what is it? It's 11:13 in the morning and it's already 30-something degrees. It's insane. We're talking as in real units here. So approaching triple digits or something for, those of y'all over in the northern hemisphere. I don't actually know what temperature it is, but it's bad. I can already feel it in my workshop here. Where is it? That one there, and then I should have one more back there. There it is. Come on. Stay. Get in there. Sweet. Is that it? No. Yeah. Come on. They do not make it easy on these. Thank God they discontinued these and replaced them with the C series. Much better amps. Well, that'll be interesting to see what happens with the new hand-wired series they've got. Because I do service work for Vox. And I'll get a chance to take a look at the new service documentation when they come out. Because inevitably a couple will hit the ground and they'll be, you know, not in ideal state. As the old joke goes, forget about it, we'll test it in production. Come on, keep going. 35C equals 95F. There we go. Come on. There we go. I don't know, man. I deal in base 10 systems for my temperatures. Works well enough for me. Okay, come on. There we go. Go, go, go. Come on. Go. Ugh, stupid thing. There we go. Go, 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 go. Come on. There we go. And one more. And then I've still got to remove the bloody reverb tank. Because no, I can't just like easily remove it all. No, it's got to be all crimped in, held in place, and damn you, Korg. Your designs on this particular version. It's quite warm in London at the moment. Relatively. 10 degrees C. We're talking like as in real London or fake London? For those of you who watch the channel, not just bikes. London, Ontario, or London, UK. There we go. Come on. There we go. Ugh, that don't look happy at all. Those logos should not be that colour. They should be a whole other colour indeed. You're gonna make me take the whole thing out. You know what? We're not going to. We're going to do it the other way so I don't have to take the damn bags out because I have a special tool that I like. I'm going to use the special tool. Where's my special tool? Where's your red handle? Aha, success. Old London town. Actually, a bit of a nice one, isn't it, eh? I like it. Sweet. So, if ever you have like strain relief stuff on there and the likes, you can find yourself one of these tools. Yeah, that's like the code there, YTH205. There'll probably be something on Amazon if you're the kind of person who's inclined to purchase from there. And these ones will allow you to grab those locking grommets and that, strain reliefs, a lot easier, so you're not kind of fighting with them with pliers or damaging anything. So, for example, with this particular one, I've got a pair of, what's these, RCA cables that are, I mean, it's nice that they use them on here, but they also make it so you can't just easily remove the RCAs to be able to service the device easily. Oh, come on. I see you. Go on. There you go. There we go. Nice. I can actually remove those. What? Simpler. So the ones I'm talking about are like those, these jobbies. Right, so they grab onto the cable, and they clip on like that. That's what those are for. There's London, Ohio, population 10K. Huh, nice. I know we've got here in Australia, we've got Londonderry. Yeah, Londonderry. That's like, God, where is that again? It's like Southern Highlands or something? I don't know. It's out in the middle of nowhere. Nice enough area to visit, but don't think I'd want to live there. I would go too insane from how quiet it is. I'm not a big one on that kind of quiet rural living. It's certainly not my taste. Are you serious? Come on. Ugh. Go. I just need to get in there. Just come on. Just get enough room. Thank you. Ah, you mofo. Damn you, Yamaha. Damn you, Korg. Yeah. I know, right? It's odd. Most measurements over here are in like, you know, base 10, System International. But roads are in miles, beers are in pints, height in feet, cricket pitches in 22 yards, and babies in pounds. Yeah, it is. And there was a whole thing like years ago, wasn't there, about like people getting really, really like worked up over potentially having the speed signs changed to kilometers. That was a whole thing, wasn't it? Oh, that's why these ones can rotate. There we go. Rotate, rotate. Come on, spin. Sit on it and spin. Oh, there we go. Come on, over that way. Get in there. Get in there. Come on, go. How annoying. I bought a pair of those pliers for 1 amp repair. You know what? They're still one of the best tools I've ever invested in for that. I've always wanted to try one of those Voxes built by Marshall in the 90s. They're okay. You know, you need a couple of tweaks to make them real reliable and real solid. They were designed okay, and they were built like a Marshall of the era. But, you know, they weren't bad. Very, very particular sounds to them. I think it was Steve Albion or something that worked on those as well, I think. I don't know. It was like one of the first ones that, when Korg took over the company, I think. Can't remember though entirely. Come on, out you come. I said, there we go. Damn it. Whew. Annoying bloody things. There's only a few agitated types worry about such things. But you know what? They're the loudest people. They're the ones who make the biggest stink and a fuss and ruin it for the rest of us, you know? Ugh. Unfortunately, the silent majority never shut the hell up. Cool. Alright, there we go. Tight squeeze, but doable. There we go. Sweet, now I don't have to pull the tank out of this thing. Come on, there we go. Nice. In elementary school in US, they pushed conversion of the metric system in the 70s, but it never took hold. It was so close, though. It was almost there, but there was, I read about this the other month, actually, and it was, there was a, it went to the Senate or something like that. It got to a point and it almost got voted through, but there was like 2 votes or something that stopped it getting through. Nice. Alright, so this speaker is indeed soldered in, which is a good thing for connectivity and longevity and all that kind of stuff, but an annoyance in how they've wrapped it around so many times around the post, so that's going to be a pain in the butt. I need to put some cardboard type stuff behind so I protect the speaker so we don't damage it. Alright, just put some paper towel. There we go. Paper towel. 6. Do I have an opinion on the Fender Supersonic 100 2x12 combo? Yes, I do, and that opinion is don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. They sound terrible. They have a lot of noise. Reliability is not great. When you think metal, you don't think Fender, typically. If you're wanting a 2x12 combo that tears paint off walls, that's pretty reliable, that kind of does, you know, what it does, especially for something on like the cheaper side, there are so many more options out there that do actually kind of work. Any of the PV stuff. Get a PV JSX, brilliant. 6505 combo, pretty solid. Chinese-made ones, you know, they're all Chinese-made, but they're pretty good. The JSX 212 combo is excellent. The, what is it? PV, there's a couple of others as well that they did. Because obviously, if you're thinking about the US, you've got more options for that. So you've got more potentials in those realms. A bit different to here than what you kind of get. Yeah, there's a lot of good quality 212 metal amps. The JVM 205, or sorry, 205? Yeah, JVM 205, 50 watt 2-channel. Or the 405, which is the 4-channel 100 watt as well, 212. They're pretty solid and reliable. JCM 900 2-channel 100 watt, hells yeah. There's a lot of great 2-channel metal amps that will be a lot more reliable and sound a lot better. I think I've heard Lyle and or Brad recommend not bothering with those also, yeah. I bought the string relief pliers, but just gland when replacing the cord for the next tech. But just what? I bought the string relief pliers, but just a gland when replacing the cord for the next tech. Yeah. Alright, in we go. In we go. You know, I have, you know, comparative to a lot of other techs out there, you know, my time back in the day, I used to, you know, play, do a lot of gigging, do a lot of stuff, did a lot of recording, had my studio, had all that, owned every amp you can imagine. So I've got not only the sort of like in-depth knowledge of the equipment, but also from like a player's perspective too. A lot of techs, you play with stuff in the room, you do all that. I've taken a lot of this stuff on the road. I've seen kind of how a lot of it works, how a lot of it breaks down, how a lot of it sounds in mixes, how things sound in recordings as well. Gives me a bit of a unique perspective on that, which I quite like. Randall and Crate have nutty metal gain for budget combos. I tell you what, Randall solid state combos sound good. They're reliable. The cabinetry's crap, but like an RG 150, 212, seriously, they are actually quite good. You know, they've got that very particular tone about them, but they're solid. I quite like them. I recorded with a Randall VMAX years ago, which was killer. You know, I loved it. Reliability on those weren't great. When they brought the V2s out, they were better. They fixed a couple of bits on them, but you know, they sounded good. They worked well. They were reliable. They were solid. Where was I in 2014? Where was I in 2014? That was a decade ago now. I was almost homeless out of an abusive relationship, staying with my family and trying to sort my life out. That's where I was. 15 years ago, I was living out this way, earning a good living in sales, and also had a recording studio and did session work and toured and gigged and did all that kind of good stuff. It was good fun. Yeah, that was one of the reasons why I got into repairs and all the rest of that and sorting things out. It was easier than paying someone else to do it. Right, come on. Let go. There we go. Alright, so probably could have been soldered on there better, but never mind. Come on. Gimme. Gimme, gimme. Come on. Let go. There we go. Okay, so I'll probably clear those solder terminals out because those speaker tabs are actually just tack soldered on. Better than a cheap crimp, but I want them sort of like at least wrapped around the post once. Randall makes some of the best metal amps I've ever heard. Honestly, pick up any of the Fortin designed ones. They're brilliant. My personal favorite, and a gentleman who is an absolute legend in the industry, and you know, license the design to Randall and all the rest of that for it. Get yourself any of the RM100 combos or heads and get your modules. Some people still make modules to drop in, but they were honestly one of the best amps out there. You could do whatever with them. I had one and it was killer. I was able to like load it up with whatever modules I wanted, got to play with it. And they're so cheap now because no one wants them because of Randall. You know, they think Randall, I don't want that. Unless it's a dime bag model, they don't care. You know. Yeah. Don Randall was like, you know, Don Randall, Leo Fender, and George Fullerton. You know, the three sort of like guys that brought us so much of that stuff that, you know, we kind of take for granted these days, and a lot of people don't realize the history behind them. Those early Randall solid state amps, like the Commander and stuff like that, sounded pretty good. Come the 80s, when the company had moved on and started doing the metal things and that, they were interesting. It sucks that there's no like documentation for some of the models. Everyone wants a big, massive, like they want the RG300 ES or whatever it was, the one that Dimebag had, but there's no documentation out there for them. There's no schematics. One day I would actually like to find one of these amps and take it, dissect it, and build a limited run of clones of them, because they don't exist. It's another one of those ones where it's like, you know, people want them. You find them, you build them, you make them, and away you go. Okay, there we go. Right on. So these were obviously paying homage to the original Vox designs with the L-shaped chassis, which is fine and dandy and all, but you can't reach the damn tubes to change them. You have to pull the whole thing out just to get in there. So what have we got in here? We've got ourselves GZ34 5AR4, 2005. So that would have been from probably brand new, this one. Nice belt and sockets, I do like that. Off we go, off we go, off we go, off we go. Oh boy. Oh my. Tragic. Well, that's a thing. So, yeah. I don't know if you know this, but the JJ logo that gets printed on their tubes is red. Not on these, it ain't. These tubes are completely and utterly cooked. There's my remote, there it is. Zoop, there we go. They're gone. They're dead. So, like the heat has gotten to them so bad, I can actually rub that off. That's a heat resistant ink, but it is so bad, these have heated up so much and been tortured so badly that they are cactus. Bye now. They will need to be replaced for certain. That'd be causing some of the noise in there most likely. Throw a set in there, give them a test. I still own a Randall SC100 head and hooked up in stereo. The chorus sounds very unique and cool. Yes. I actually have in the workshop, my other workshop, a Randall Jaguar, which is a solid state 2x50 chorus combo stereo jobby. It's kind of like their version of like the Jazz Chorus, and kind of like closer to the PV one that they did. What was it the Renown Chorus or something? I don't know. Something. Clear this out a wee bit. Come on. Nice. One of my bandmates used to use my Cole Clark electroacoustic split into a Randall 212 solid state. When he'd step on the big muff, it sounded great. It's the only experience I've ever had with them. Well, that's a thing. Cole Clark. Ugh. That's a company that's, yeah, God only knows what's going to be happening with them. Because they're, yeah, I don't know, they're doing a lot of weird stuff. I'm not a big fan of them personally, and the reason why I decided not to go with them as a dealership when I selected Aussie brands of that for the store when I was like doing new stuff was their inability to keep a design running for a long period of time. Their routing out of the top, which made doing like crack repairs very, very difficult, like way more difficult than they needed to be. You know, you route at the top, you've got no flat area to really put like cleats and that on there. It's not ideal. Yeah, so wasn't overly fond of them in that regard. And yeah, the preamps and they had that died, and then you had to like buy new versions and put plates on there and go on there, and they wouldn't like support them. So I'll pass on that one, thank you. All right, cool. So that is now where it needs to be. I'll go like so. Alright, so I need some new washers for that one there. That one should fit, should it? That size. Hey, there we go. I'll keep it nice and snappy. That's what she said. Let's not stick my fingers in there and get shocked, because that's an unpleasant experience. Ask me how I know. Alright, I need another one of them. Okay, where's my hardwares? Screws and nuts and saddles and jacks and things. One day I'll get around to organising all this. One day. Today, not that day. Okay. Not them, not them. Them, them. Not them. Should fit. Should being a key operative word. Oh, if I get. Whoop, I get. Come on. Get in there. There we go. Slightly different aesthetic, but it'll work. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, look, if you like your guitar, you like your guitar. That's all I've got to say about that. It's more so when it's you know, when you get someone who says that there's only one opinion that is acceptable. That's it. They're either all amazing or they're all terrible. My experience comes from my experience with what I do. But if someone has a guitar and they like, cool, my job is to keep it operational, to keep it playing, that's it. But if someone comes to me and asks my opinion and goes, I want to get a guitar like this, would you recommend this or something? Then I'm going to turn around and I'm going to say no. Why? Because these are my experiences with that, and that may mean that your experience is more likely to be similar to that, which is not ideal. If the guitar works and if it does what it needs to do, awesome, nice, have at it, boss. You know, when something goes wrong with it, come see me, I'll sort you out and look after it and all the rest of that for you. But when someone comes in and they ask about whether, you know, it's worth them buying, I'll have a different response, because that's what I do. Okay, let's get this bottom bloody plate off. Some inexpensive things are definitely underrated because of the stigma. Yeah, I have an acoustic bass cabinet that was very cheap. Solid plywood, sounds great with eminent speakers. Dude, totally. I love a lot of real sort of like user grade stuff. Things that might be cheap or things that people might like stick their nose up at. Because that's, you know, that's kind of what, you know, I like. I like stuff that is, you know, good value for money, because I know what it's like to not have a lot of money but want the most out of it I can. And that's kind of what I want to share with customers as well. You know? Oh, issue. Did we get a lot of crate stuff in Australia? Or was it all over US and Canada here? We did get a lot of crate stuff, especially in like the 90s and early 2000s, because SLM Music, Loud Technologies, same company that owned Mackie and Ampeg. So Ampeg came into the country. The distributors here, obviously, part of the deal was you want Ampeg, well, you got to start selling this stuff too. So, yeah, so we did get a bunch of thems. Yeah. I actually had a Crate Blue Voodoo cabinet that I picked up once many years ago for $200, sold it a couple of days later for $400. And that's how I funded my gear habit. Buying stuff, flipping things, you know. Alright. How do these caps look? IC branded, but not the worst things in the world. Now, is this a universal primary transformer? I don't think these are. I think these are just strictly 240 or similar, 120. Let me just check. Let me check me magic schematic vault. But yeah, the crate stuff was kind of cool. It was what it was. It was cheap, but it was all right. There was a post in one of the Facebook groups the other day. Someone was asking about, you know, a cheap amp. Would you rather? I can't remember what the other one was, but one of the amps was a Carvin X100B for like $750 US. I'm like, yeah, man, jump on that. The X100s were great sounding amps. They were reliable. You know, the Carvin stuff is a little underappreciated, but a lot of people had them back in the day because they were good quality, cheap, value for the money, and a lot of touring bands used them as well. They did a lot of miles. Vox. AC30 CC schematic. Thank you. Those carbons are awesome. However, they're also very much like a Mesa. Preamp sections all down the front, EQ and all the rest of that. That's why they got the graphic EQ on there. There's not many amps that I haven't owned over the years in like the, you know, the pantheon of metal amps. About the only one that I haven't owned is actually a the one that I always wanted was a VHT Pitbull. VHT Pitbull, oh yeah. That sound, like that, to me, that's like the sound of Mudvayne, the Lost and Found album. Beautiful, dry, like real, in your face, no compromise, like high gain tone that will show every little mistake that you make. The only crate I remember coming across was the Blue Voodoo, yep. I think the main reason I remembered it was because the name was cool, yes, and they also came in two versions, a 120 watt version and the ridiculously overtop 300 watt version. Just monster. Absolute monstrous thing. But no, we got a lot of the crates here as well, like the V-Series, like the V22 and the Clubman or whatever it was. They had the switch mode power supplies in them that go Cactus, which makes them a bit harder to work. X100B sometimes need the factory bias turned down. Yes, they do. I've fixed several that cook the tube sockets. Yep. But, once again, they're easy enough to work on. They're not, like, insanely over the top, which is nice. Okay, let's take a look at some schematics. Zoom in. Let me scroll, damn it. Right, battery transformer from sheet 2. Okay, so where's sheet 2, thank you. Power switch, there we go. Oop, too much. Come on, back. Thank you. Alright. Cool, alright. So, it looks as though this is indeed universal primary theoretically. Red to yellow, white to black, in series. Looks like that's the 120 volt Vision. All voltage typical mode 2 mains input. So, yeah, so if it's going... So if it's bridging across yellow and white, that would mean that be series for 240, parallel for 120. So if I look at the transformer, if there is a yellow and a white wire, unless, of course, I wanted to just screw with the US peeps. Oh, God, ow. There was non-working X100B on Reverb for $175. I don't need any more projects myself. Yeah, I know that feeling. I have way too many as is. Okay, so red, black, yep. What are your thoughts on the old various Revision 2 rectifiers? I've owned a couple of them. Most of what you hear is absolute hype out there from people who just want to be special and think that their amps sound great. The Rev G rectifier, the final version of the 2-channel, is the one most people know the sound of. You hear a lot of recordings, it's a Rev G rectifier. They sounded brilliant. I love those amps. They actually had a good clean tone to them. Built like shit though. But they sound brilliant. Like that was one of those amps I really, really loved. Like the Rev Cs and the Rev D and the Rev E, Rev F, whatever. They were all like minor changes. They weren't like reinventing the wheel on them. They were just a little bit different each time. I saw a helmet years ago. I think that Paige Hamilton used VHP Pitbull. Yep. But the most aggressive thing about the band was the snare. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, what have we got here? So, alright. Oh, alright, looks like dude's out of luck. This is indeed a 120 only transformer. Bugger. Oh, well. That's fine. That's fine. What's really wild is that the screen resistors haven't cooked themselves on here. Nice. That's a plus. Normally they absolutely mutilate themselves. Ah, oh, itchy. So we've got 22, 22, 22, 22. That's a stack, 22 microfarad caps. What do we got up here? That's 10, 10, 10, and another 10. The mic cable carbon foot switches are worth as much as the amp sometimes. Pretty sure that they're also very easy to make. You don't have to mess around with them. It's not like we're talking like a 24-pin Roland GR500 cable or something like that, or some real esoteric like old Teisco type thing like on a Neumann. let me just see what the schematics on them are, because it's been a while since I've looked at one. C for carbon. Go. Carbon. Garden guitar amps. Let's go right down to the bottom. X series amp schematic. There we go. Sweet. Go there, then we bring that up there. Alright. Oh, it's the X amp, not the X100B. X50B. Oh no, wait, there it is, X100B. There we go. Cool. Cool. Alright. So what's the fit switch on this doing? Effect loop control, EQ, charm on LED, inputs, outputs, all those things, filaments, output power, preamp output, reverb tank effects, and foot switch. What? I mean, the foot switch is easy. It's just a standard 3-pin XLR. That's it. You just wire it up in a particular way to not have the I mean, probably wouldn't even need the shield. Probably wouldn't even harm if the shield was connected. Because the blue pin 1 of it is going through into a flip-flop circuit. Pin 2 is going into the reverb control. Pin 3 is the effects loop control. Yeah, that'd be easy. Just a standard mic cable would work. Why are people so weird? My cable, blah, blah, blah. They are easy, but the collectors pay top dollar and the Switch Doctor one's like 80 bucks. Yeah, it's dumb. It is dumb. Seriously, it is like dumb. You can make the same thing as well by just either A, getting a pair of XLR cables and just running a 3-conductor cable through it, or you could just use the shield for it for one of the conductors because it's still a conductor. It's still half decent. Maybe just snip it off from the connecting shield connectors on either end, and there you go. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, as it were. Okay. Oh, itchy nose again. Seriously. Where was I? Yes, this. Okay, so I would hazard a guess we're going to have to put some new tubes in that. We're not going to be doing much on the other side. Come on. There we go. Stay. It's one of those annoying ones we're going to have to like solder on a jack on the end to be able to probably check it. Set of tubes. Where is it? God, is it only 11:15? Seriously. 11:45, I should say. Huh. What a day. What a day. That goes there like so. Excellent. Stay. In we go. Collectors are kind of funny when it comes to those things. I mean, understandable, sometimes you just want stuff because you just want it for the hell of it. But if you're also just someone who has a piece of equipment or something that you use it because you actually use it, if something is equivalent and it works, just go for it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what it does, as long as it drops in. My favourite Recto sound was the Blue Angel. Yeah, alright. Paul Thompson was playing them, sounded brilliant, but I've never warmed. But I've been warned off Mesas by Brad and Lyle. Yeah, you'll hear the same thing from me as well. I'm a little bit more pragmatic though, because I know that they do some half-decent sounding amps as well, you know. But I also know that they can be noisy as hell, they can be faulty, they can fail like crap. But I also know they have a couple of gems in there that sound good. Just don't rely on them. And don't pay top dollar for them. And know that if you get them, that there will be failures and issues, and people like myself will look at you and go, you're a walking wallet. You're going to pay me a lot of money to make this work. Because we know what it's like. Stay. Alright, so we've got that there, I'm going to flick that bloody bias switch though over to 82 to try and save those tubes a little bit. 8 ohm there. Have I ever been electrocuted? Yes, more than once. Does it hurt? More than you would believe. Was I killed? I don't know, you decide. I try and keep things as safe as I can, so there are safety precautions and stuff that I do in order to minimize the chance of it being fatal or damaging. You know, sometimes you make a mistake. You put your hand where it shouldn't be, or you just have one of those moments where it's like, oopsie doopsie. but you still survive because you've still done the other safe things as well. One hand behind the back, whatever else. I was once removing a board from a PV Valve King, and stupid me didn't discharge the caps because I thought that the dropper resistors across it would. They did not. One of them was actually bad. So when I grabbed the amp and I reached underneath, like that, zapped across there. That was painful. 400 volts discharged in an instant. Hurt like mad for like 10 minutes. It was a cap though. Inside, I haven't like touched mains and been shocked, except when I was a child. When I was a child, I was in the bathroom at a family member's house and there was a light switch socket on the wall. The switch had actually fallen in. I was a kid. I was an idiot. I stuck my finger in the hole. Needless to say, I never forgot that moment. That was unpleasant. Keep a fire extinguisher nearby. I don't have a fire extinguisher. I do have a blanket over there, fire blanket, just in case. You never know what's going to happen. I've got isopropyl and other things on the bench as well, so you know. Every Amtech zacks themselves at least once or twice. Exactly, you know. It is, yeah, it's a thing that happens. It hurts. It's unpleasant, but we move on. We survive. Okay, I'm going to quickly solder that onto a jack, like so. There we go. That one there. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. That can go there. That can go there. That's so. Doop-a-doo, 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 doop-a-doo. Ah, if you buy a Mesa, yeah, fire extinguishers and smoke detectors. I mean, they're not the worst when it comes to like fire hazards. There are some others out there that are way worse. I mean, one of the times that PV, for example, have misstepped is the 6534 Plus. Bad idea. Why? Because they just took a 6505 5150 and proceeded to put EL34s in there with an extra 50% current draw on those heaters and use the same stupid quick connects for jumping on the board. So they will often burn the connectors and potentially damage the board as well. Certainly not a good idea. Cool, alright. That goes to that, and then we can put that one over there, which will at least give us connection for testing. There we go. Cool. Sweet. Alright. Alright. Oh, down you come. Get here. That can go into there. Why did I do? I'm an idiot. I really am sometimes. My brain, she no work sometimes. There's an external speaker jack there, you dork. For a moment there, I was thinking I was working on the S1. The S1, if I remember correctly, doesn't have a speaker jack on it. Boo! Ay. Alright. Let's just go to external. There we go. Alright. So connected to 8 ohms there, sweet. That can just hang out of the way, go away. I looked at the cheap busted X100B on Reverb. Dude says the impedance selector was scratchy. I bet the selector went out and smoked the output transformer, so buyer beware. Yeah. It's in LA, not far from me. Wonder if he'll deliver it for 175. See, I put a lot of stuff up on like Facebook and all the rest of that. And it says quite clearly in my posts, you know, it's this shop, we're located here, etc., etc. You know, visit the shop. But then I constantly get people going, oh, can you like meet in the middle? I'm like, dude, no. Least of all on something of that price point. You want it, I'll deliver it, but you know, you want to buy it, come to the shop and buy it, or buy it on our website or something like that. People don't realise that it's a you know, that we're a shop, even though it's right there in the ad, in the information. Now, if I don't fix that, that's going to drive me insane. Line up the controls with the others. There we go. That's better. Sweet. Alright, let's get some power. Let's see if we go bang bang. We're on 120. We're on 120. Good. Bonk. Oh, itchy. Let's get this out of the way, just in case. All right. Right. Thump. There we go. Reverb is off. Good. Oh. Jack is tightened. Top boost channel check. Bonk. All right. The hum is sounding a lot less hummy, which is nice. Yeah, we've got a much lower noise floor now. That's odd. Why do I have no signal now? So I have hum, but I have no output. Here's a non-functioning Tascam tape deck too. In one of the photos of the amp, you can see dismantled stuff in the background. Probably solves the stuff that can't or is too expensive to fix. Potentially, yes. So I had volume mere moments ago, but now I do not, for some reason. Why not? Oh, that'd be why. The stupid input link switch. Let's try that again, huh? There we go. Sweet. Here's a non-photo. Have I come across the PV Valverb from the 90s? I used to own one. Kind of cool, interesting little bit of kit. Spring reverb and tremolo in a rack unit. Yeah, they actually sounded really quite cool. So you throw them in there, do the thing, and yeah, they were excellent. Never heard of one, but the idea of a valve reverb tremolo tank sounds fab if it's done well. These ones actually weren't too bad. They were designed for like studio use and whatever else to add like those things to rack rigs of the era for even when people wanted like, you know, those tones for studio use, whatever. You could. It was good. Since I did the maintenance work for Yamaha, do you have the condensed list of components for the fault protection circuit on the SVTs? The info online is super scattered. I've got the full service documentation for them. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what's going on inside of them. I'd have to check. So, let's see, does this thing crank? That's odd. That's cranked fully, but I ain't got no gain on there. That should be like crunchy. That'd be why. Wrong channel, Dorcas. I put in the board backwards. Wondering what was happening there. Got them in parallel. Let's try that again now. Cheers to you too, Lou. Well, I mentioned the resistors needing to be replaced, but the ones I know are part of the circuit all seem in spec. There's probably something I'm missing. The auto problem is a real nightmare, especially if you don't have like a good quality match set of tubes. They will go funky. They're a real headache of an amp. Cool. So what I need to do is I actually need to swap the jack board around, because they don't actually have indicators on there which one is which one points in what direction. There's a growl. Aye, that's a bit of a growler. I don't mind these amps. They're kind of cool. It was neat how they had the input link switch on there to be able to join the two halves of the channel. But yeah. There's other parts of the amp that weren't ideal with how they're designed. Where's my discharge stick? Well, safety bits. There we go. Discharge stick. Plug, connect, don't hurt myself. Oh, that's what the problem is. Don't hurt yourself. Right, gotcha. Pin number 1. Where's pin 1? There we go. Pin 1, discharge. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Sweet. That'll do the jobby. Unplug that just in case. I need to get a proper tester for tubes. I think 6550s are too much pumpkin for a normal tester. I mean, look, testers will get up to a certain point. They're never going to operate them really up into the full high ranges. Two types of testers I recommend are the row test, if you want to go real in-depth and make your own thing in that. They're kind of one of the best out there. Otherwise, the Maxi Matcher as well. Maxi Matcher is quite cool, really simple, easy to use, really accurate, self-contained unit. No stuff, no fuss. But yeah, just want a good quality set of those tubes. It makes all the difference in those amps. I've got luck just measuring current and obvious tube failures. Yeah. Alright, other way around. Correct. Whilst I'm in here, I'm going to clean out these pots as well, because they're a little bit ganky. Making crunchy noises. Don't want the crunchy noises. Alright. Now, damn it! Okay, so to clean out those pots, I have to remove all those knobs, remove an entire sub-PCB assembly. Why? Because they hate me. Needed to learn how to bias tubes. I'm so used to my Hughes and Kettner's auto bias. You only need to bias tubes when you change them out, and to get them in the sort of ballpark, it's really quite easy. Plenty of good instructionals online how to do it. You just need to know how to do some basic mathematics and, yeah, punch it into a calculator and get it into the right sort of ballpark. You're only going to change tubes once in a while, so it's not like you're going to be doing it all the time regularly. Spoons. All the spoons. I have a couple of spoons today for those of y'all who know what I'm referring to. You know, today I have more spoons than usual. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Come on, there you go. Brad's dad built a pretty nifty valve tester. Yes, he did. Peter's a legend. Switched on, old school generation of repair guy. Yeah, you can build your own tube testers as well by reading up stuff in like the, Radiotron Designer's Handbook and the RCA Receiving Manual and stuff like that. It's not the most impossible thing in the world to do, but it depends on how in-depth one you get and whether you want to do like curve tracing and stuff like that too. You know. Spoon Man! Yep. Wasn't actually the reference I was going for, but still, good song. Good song indeed. I can't play spoons. Something like that. I don't know, I had a drum teacher in my music school who, when we used to go out and do student sign-ups and that, would bring along his spoons. He'd actually play along to songs that with spoons. It was crazy. Dude was mad. He was mad skilled. As long as you're not using a candle with said spoon, you look here. Come on, man, I just think just one more. It's all I need, man. Just one more. It's like guitarists. They just need one more pedal. Just one more pedal. Just one more pickup change. Just one more clone of a Strat that's slightly better. Just another, like, R9 Les Paul. The next one will be it, I swear. Orange VT1000, they're alright. They're kind of odd because they don't, like, give you actual information. They don't give you, like, transconductance values. They don't give you, plate current values. They just give you a random number. Like, okay, the number's kind of alright. Stay. Lunch? Lunch sounds good. Lunch does sound good indeed. What am I going to have today? Oh, I've got food in the fridge, that's right. Have me a good old heat and eat meal, as I do. Got to save all my pennies for my Japan trip. Got like 40-something days remaining. Ooh, shit. Yeah, it's a lot closer than I was thinking, Alright, these pretty nuts can move out of the way. Come on. There we go. Rob Robinette's website. Yes. Very good resource, that one. Oh, man. That one's, of course, going to be stuck on there. How annoying. Stay. Yes, there's a calculator in there. Punch it in there. It tells you how to do. The main thing is getting the information to be able to do it. So once you've got the information on like how to get the information you need. So, for example, you can use the bias drop method across transformer. Sorry, the voltage drop across transformer method. That's my personal preference. Cathode resistor method, of course, if you install 1 ohm cathode resistors. Shunt method, not the smartest idea unless you really know what you're doing. Yeah, different ways of going about it. Come on, go. Oh, you mofo. Damn it. I don't have my soft jaws, do I? Bugger. Okay, where's my... got soft foam around somewhere, where is it? There it is, down there. Is that it? That's a piece of plastic. What the other thing? There we go, this one. Give me a little slice of this. Should do a jobby. There we go. Sweet. Nice. Ah, the tick. Classic. Come on. Get around it. There we go. A little bit of high friction material. Now we'll get it off. These ones are going to be this stupid size, aren't they? Next one. I'm super duper lazy and just bought the bias master probes and used a set of cheapo meters. Yeah, that works too. I mean, even like if you've got a probe that goes bad, a fluke's not going to die. I got 3 of them on the bench here. To kill a fluke, you have to do a lot, like a lot. You got to exceed the voltage rating and all the rest of that. That's what they got the fuses in there for, you know. Unless you're working on real, like, massive industrial type stuff, that'll be fine. Main thing that'll die is probably the probes themselves. There we go. Okay. Come on. Come on. Oh, there's one more. Because, of course, that's on that board too. Damn it. Come on. Damn it. How annoying. Alright, I'll get a little bit longer piece then. There we go. Should do the jobby. Should being keyword. Alright. Come on, you. Where's my big pliers? I need me big ones. I'll use those. That should do it too. Come on. Go. Damn it. Yeah, there you go. Where's the other thing I had? Because my soft jaw pliers have gone missing. Gone for a long while. I had some of that stuff around before. Where'd it go? That's not it. That is not it indeed. Where are we? Ah, got itchy. I used a cathode biased amp for a number of years, so I didn't have to bias it. I mean, you know, you don't have to really bias an amp all that often. That's it. You don't. There's not really much you need to worry about on that. Alright. Fine, let's just use the tape method then. Yeah, I'm pretty dumb, but you know, maybe you can learn a couple of things whilst being here on hanging around this channel. From that, I should be able to use the grippers without destroying stuff. There we go. Sweet. Removed without damaging it. Not an easy process. What we got there? Come on, come here. Come here, you. Alrighty, come on. Come here, damn thing. There we go. Sweet. There's those. Awesome. I can go over there. That's not the right size. This one is. All of that faffing about because Korg in their infinite wisdom couldn't just like put an amp on a PCB in an easy way. That one and this one too, come on. I said come on. Ah, there we go. Come on. Come on. Go. What are you getting caught on? course not. At least from there I can get to the, what's he? What speaker are we using to test? I like these kind of questions. And I like this because it gets to show people that you get a lot of people have a lot of ideas about how things should be and how it should sound and that. What is on the bench is an old Ibanez tube screamer combo. Speaker cabinet, that thing. Old tube screamer speaker cabinet. So the TSA 15H, you could get the 112 cabinet to go with it. Inside of that is a Celestion 7080. Good speaker. They sound good. There are very few speakers that sound bad. They just might not sound good in that application. You know, I can't think of many speakers that are just outright terrible and shocking. But the one that I have here, the 7080, is good because it's a speaker a lot of people have in different amps, in different sort of combos and different things. You know, they work well. I just opened an AC30 C2. Oh, nice. Good amps. I like them. Oh, man, itchy. I like the C30. 30C2, I should say. I have them in stock here in the store, of course. Oh, man. What's that? No. No, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, itchy eyeballs. No. Don't mind me just checking on some stuff. It's junk, don't care, don't care. What the hell? What the hell's Renaissance Group? I have no idea who that is. Don't care about that, don't care about that. Who's asking questions there? Yep. Yep. Cool. Simple enough. Alright. Phone could stay there. What we got? Jensen Alnico's sound objectively bad. No, they don't. I like them. I've heard plenty of them. Break them in a little bit and they're fine. I will disagree with you on that one there. I have heard most of their models over the years. I've recorded with several of them. They sounded fine. You know, I'm also kind of wild in that I'll sometimes take speakers designed for one purpose and put them into something else entirely. You know, like I've used an Alnico Blue for metal. Sounded kind of alright. You know, Vintage 30 for cleans? Sure. I also like obscure, odd, like out there models a lot of people don't kind of use. Like Celestion do like some other like interesting speakers outside of the normal that actually do sound pretty good. You know. They sound shit and spiky, not the black ones. No, it's like the reissues of the old ones, like the P12Qs and the the C10Rs and stuff like that. I don't mind them. I think they sound perfectly fine. From my perspective, as someone also thinking about how does it sound in a mix, how does it sound in the context of a band, they sound good. They record well. They sound fine. I've not had any problems with them, but, you know, your mileage may vary. That's what's great about equipment. There's plenty of gear that everyone has plenty of opinions on, and we can all enjoy different things. Just as long as we can all agree that we can shit on people who buy stupid clones of other people's bloody amp designs and then, you know, wonder why it gets, like, you know, laughed at by us techs. There we go. That looks a bit nicer as well. Oh, we got... I had an unknown unbranded 212 from the 70s and 80s. They sounded good. Yep. 70, 80s, sorry. They were good. All start somewhere, drain your cap, short them, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that's fine. Have you worked on anything that utilizes Korg's new tube technology? Seems like a gimmick to me, but I'm interested to hear your thoughts. Yes, I have worked on many things that have Korg's new tube technology because it's found in a lot of Vox products. It's an interesting concept. However, they're a microphonic type thing that's very annoying, but they actually sound pretty good in some of their devices. For example, the Vox MV50 heads, brilliant. They sound so damn good, and they've got a new tube in them. The way that they work, though, is a bit different. So they're kind of like working just as a like a voltage gain stage. So they're not pumping the gain a lot, but they add a little bit of that non-linearity, that kind of like harmonic distortion you get from them. So they are good in that respect. Also, some of the Vox valve energy pedals, they sound pretty good as well. Sold plenty of them. There's also the, I was trying to think, what else was there? They do like a rack mount, a synth or something that has them in or something. I don't know. They're interesting. You know, would I use them as a replacement for a standard tube in a circuit? Nah. But you add them to add a bit of flavor and they're okay. Buy my ones then. No. You were the one who bought them. Your job to sell them to your customers. Just let the customer hear them. Let them make the decision, you know? For example, I cannot stand Bad Cat amps. I can't stand the matchless amps. The DC30 is one of the most terrible sounding amps on earth to me. Cannot stand them. They sound like an ice pick to the ear. I hate them. I hate them with a passion. But you know what? Sometimes they work. I don't like them. Some people do. Everyone has their own thing. It's like, you know, Brad, you don't like the Mesa Mark series or the DC series. I like the sound of them. That's me. You know, their amps I think are overrated or don't sound very good. The AC30 is okay. I like them when they're pushed up and they're cranky. I don't like them when they're like on that clean type thing. I don't like that sound, you know? But that's me. I do my thing. Other people does their things. That's what we do. We're humans. We are different. It's brilliant. This socket is a bit funky, I think. Yeah. I have to replace that for safety reasons. Get that from Wes, because that socket there, all I have to do is just like push it a wee bit and it slips out easily. Scott Ian uses Celestian Golds in Anthrax, as I understand it. Yeah, he uses a lot of things though. He's used a lot of stuff over the years. Just use whatever. Plug it in, play it, see what it sounds like. Try different things and don't be afraid to. You know, don't be afraid to just randomly get a cab that has interesting speakers in it. It's the same as how, like, everyone knows the JB59 combination by Seymour Duncan, but nobody thinks of an alternative 8. Nobody thinks of, like, you know, some of the other type of pickups. People know the EMG 81 and the 85 and the 60. Not many people are thinking of some of, like, the alternative models they have and the X series and the A series that sound cool. You know, try different things. You'll be surprised. What do we got? That's gonna go. Georgia, I had a new tube screamer. Impossible to repair, but the new tube looked cool. Yeah, they were a silly design. Silly idea, but some people liked them. What do we got? For student practice amps repair, I just throw in cheap car audio speakers. Since I'm playing, donating, no one complains. Yeah, and they work. You know, a lot of those amps, it doesn't really matter. Just throw in whatever. A lot of them come with actually speakers designed for cheap stereos. Legit. That's where they come from. Aren't they plasma or some crazy Nikola Tesla shenanigans going on in there? No, they are VFD technology, vacuum fluorescent display. You remember the 1980s and the 1990s, if you're old enough, those, you know, the green displays on VCRs? That technology. They're basically doing a similar thing, so they're low voltage, they fluoresce. That's why when you play like anything has a new tube in it, you can actually watch the wave, because it like causes the phosphors to pulse as well. They look cool. They look cool indeed. Now, Vox, why you got to make me mad? This is ridiculous. You're telling me that that the only way I can get this board out is by removing the board underneath it. Are you serious? Okay, so the pots are pointed in the OK direction, except for the volume control for some reason is pointed backwards. Great. The speed control is also backwards, so those two I'm going to have to finagle around. Thankfully, this is where we've got our little bendy tube straw. Bend it in place, point it where we need to. Oh wow, it's basically an old school alarm clock screen. Yeah, it is. That's basically what it is. You know, so they work kind of well, but they have very low gain compared to an ideal triode. So an ideal triode will have an amplification factor of 100, a moo of 100. The 6P1, which is the new tube, has like 20 or something like that. It's the curse of Randall Korg for doubting his infinite wisdom. I don't get it. I don't get it. There we go. Just put that up there. I actually got some interesting Korg stuff in the queue to repair. I've got a Korg Mr. Multi, which is a wah pedal, a twin wah pedal, and a phaser in one. But what's cool about the phaser is you can turn the LFO off and use the treadle as the LFO. So you can actually like have it like half cocked, like a half cocked wah. Come on, bend it out. There we go. Get in there, you. Come on. Finagle it in. There we go. Just a wee bit. Doesn't need a huge amount. All right. Stay. A little bit there too. Oh, there's a perforation along this board, so it could have actually been 2 boards. 3 boards. Huh. So they didn't break them at factory. Why would you not just break them at factory? Seriously, just make it easy for us all. Bastards. Alright. Let's wrap this mofo right around like so. We should be able to just get it in under there. Come on. Come on. Get in there. I said up in. Okay. Should be able to just get it under there. Come on. Come on. Give me it. Get in there. There we go. That's the one. Nice. Welcome back, Mark. Welcome back. Don't think you missed much exciting. Just ranting and raving, fixing up this Korg, yelling, well, this Vox, yelling at the fact that I can't easily get into the pots to clean them out because they are blocked. PCB, you can't remove the control PCB. Not easy. Blowing snow out in the driveway. Nice. I like snow. I've only seen it once in my life when I was in Japan 5 years ago. That's it. I'm an Aussie. Snow, what's that? That's like what them fancy rich kids, like the ones that go to like King's College and stuff, they get to go to each year. They go down to like Canberra or they go down to Jindabyne or something like that, and then they go see like, you know, all the snow. They can do that, whereas us up here in Sydney, you know, we're kind of like dying in like the, you know, the 9-degree temperatures. Oh man, there's my phone going off at me. Yay! Okay, come on, get out of the way. That can go there. Speakers. I picked up one of those white Brian May D-Key solid state amps. They suck. So yeah, I've worked on a few of them over the years. They are so overinflated on their price now, it's ridiculous. cheaply for about 100. It's got a 6.5-inch speaker. I'd like to experiment with some speakers. Anyone know any 6.5? I mean, just get a standard 6-inch speaker, put a little bit of extra baffle on there, it'll do the jobby. They've got, with those ones there, just put an external, speaker jack on there, run it out that way, run it into an external cabinet. It's kind of how they work ideally. You don't have mountains that are high enough to have snow in Australia. We do, but we don't have many of them. So we do have some snowing here, so we got like Threadbow and stuff here. It's all very expensive and it's out in the middle of nowhere. So kind of part of what I was saying there is, you know, being a bit sort of facetious and making a joke, is that the main people who go to snow and stuff like that are those who are from privileged backgrounds, because it is not exactly something that your average person is going to get a chance to experiment with. You know, we're going to, you know, you got something like going to Threadbow or Perisher, and it's expensive stuff for the average person, you know. Someone like me who was raised very, very poorly, ain't gonna go see no snow, you ain't getting down there. That's for the rich people. You know, you're lucky if you go up to the Central Coast. Go up to, like, you know, Gosford and Woy Woy. You know, go out to the entrance, take a look at the penguins. Back before it came a really, really bad den of, like, you know, people wandering around, and the only shops that seemed to still exist was a store that sold bongs, knives, and body-piercing jewellery. I kid you not. Going up to the entrance, I used to go there as a kid with my grandmother and whatnot, and this place, there was nothing left the last time I went there, and yeah, there was like this mall that was like empty, and the only shop in there that they just took on a second lease in there was a shop that sold bongs, knives, and body jewellery. It says everything you need to know about the area. Yeah, some of those small amps, you run them in like a big speaker cabinet, they sound phenomenal. Like, brilliant. One of my favourite amps, that kind of thing, was actually Blackheart amps, if you remember them years ago. They were around and then they disappeared. But they were actually really, really solid. Great modding platforms. They sounded cool. The Blackheart 15 was brilliant. Yeah, salting the roads is one of those things that's not ideal. Not good for the environment, not good for the roads, obviously not good for the cars. That's why, you know, obviously here in Australia, when we had stuff that used to get imported from the US back when it was cheap to old classics, you'd always look for the ones in the California car. There wasn't any salt on the road. Anything came from the northeast, nah, man. Or the northwest, even. Grabbing the bong before you're hitting up the slopes, man. Yeah, some of the Colorado and similar, this is what it's about, huh? Oh. Oh yeah, I'll stay. Winter Magic Festival in Katoomba. Oh, yeah. Old school, man. Old school. If I want to see some, come up to Alaska. We are slowing winter. I can hook you up with an Airbnb. Oh, we'll come up there, but I'd probably find like an actual registered business. I don't trust Airbnbs. Yeah. Partially because of my, you know, social and political leanings, but also because I don't like the idea of some random person who can charge me a hell of a lot of money because I didn't clean up, like, you know, a speck of dust that they left behind previously. Just give me a hotel, give me a B&B, give me like somewhere that's like run like a proper business. I'll be happy with that. But yes, I would love to actually check out somewhere like Alaska or similar. I want to go up Northern Lights. I'm a photographer as well, so I like to catch landscapes and see stuff. Absolutely fascinates me. It's like one of those places I'd really like to check out. Go from there and then go over to the northern New Zealand, Canada. Blackheart got bought up by Hovercraft. Really? Huh. Wild. Didn't know that. The Hovercraft stuff I've seen has been really underwhelming. Like, I don't get it. Yeah. He did a lot of stuff with, like, the Jet City amps. Like, bought a stack of them and then, like, modified them. And they're like, yeah, not amazing, you know? But yeah, I remember those days of, like, the really cool, like, small amps and companies that were doing neat things with them, you know? You know, it seemed like one of those companies was a bit ahead of the curve on that, so they got kind of too far. So getting a bit too far meant that you know, they entered the market too early. Epi SoCal amps and the Jet City stuff. Yeah, the Jet City stuff was brilliant. You know, I had an HDM 100 that was mine that I sold recently. They're an SLO 99%. You can modify them, add in the switch to give you a clean channel as well. I couldn't tell the difference, and I've owned an SLO. They were brilliant. You know, so I had them there, and of course, being a Killswitch Engage fanboy, I loved the sound of the second self-titled album, and that was the sound of an SLO with an OD808 in front of it, with a Haynes mod that sounded absolutely golden. Ah, it's your Airbnb. All right. Yeah, I'll support local business then. But yeah, that'd be kind of cool, heading up to the US. I've had the displeasure of trying to repair a few hovercraft amps. Dude did some butchery. Yes, he did. Not ideal. How many horror stories of creeps setting up hidden cameras in bathrooms, etc.? Yeah. That Paul would look at car audio speakers or an external. I replaced 4-inch Spark speakers with the two-way car audio speakers. It was a great improvement. Controversial opinion time. The Spark is one of the most underwhelming, horrid-sounding practice amps I have ever heard. I dislike them. They sound like absolute trash. Don't like them. Of all of the digital amps out there in that similar form factor, they are the worst-sounding one of the lot, in my opinion. If I was going to get something similar, I would get a Vox Audio Air. They were absolutely stellar. Or I would get the Moa GTRS amp. Absolutely killer. So much better. They sound so good. They work well. They're brilliant. Hovercrafts are occasionally full of eels. Yes, and sometimes they've got Frenchmen on them. My wife took me to Iceland for my 40th. Oh, lucky. A couple of years ago, the Aurora was out of it and was one of the best things I've ever experienced in my life. Yes, Iceland is on the list that the missus and I want to go visit. Iceland and Finland. Yeah, I like doing stuff different to most people. I like going to weird places. I like going to different places. That's why when I go to Japan, I go up to like regional areas people don't go to. I go to Tohoku. I go to those places and check out stuff. You know. Finland is a place not many people think of to go to for, you know, tourism and whatnot. Why not? It's cool. I can see some good metal bands there too. Really good stuff. But yeah, that would have been absolutely out of this world going to Iceland and seeing the Aurora from up there. Absolutely beautiful and brilliant. Lyle's back. There we go, yeah. Josh Scott designed pedals for Jet City there. Outstanding considering their price. Yes, they are. Knows to have a handy Hungarian phrase book. Speaking of Hungarian, 3 of my grandparents were Hungarian refugees. That's my background, and I'm eligible for Hungarian citizenship. Currently going through the process of getting it. Takes a fair while, and it's not cheap, but it'd be nice to have it. You know, I want to be able to get it just so I've got the ability to travel throughout the Schengen area easily and just not have to mess around with things so much. The missus is eligible for British citizenship, but that's useless, obviously, these days. Yeah, you know, if I've got Hungarian citizenship and once we finally get married, then she can also get it as well, which means that we can both just travel around and have fun. Sanna Marin Skookum, yes. I want to go to Grytviken. Oh, nice. What have we got? I'm just here for a bit while the pasta finishes up. Oh, man, I want pasta. My missus is half Italian, so, you know, I gotta make that kind of stuff for her and whatnot. She loves it. I love it. My stepmother was Italian as well, so going and visiting her parents and that, and the food there was, just so good. So damn good. And they were like the full proper like old school Italians. They came to Australia in like the 60s and that, and bought a place out in Kensington, Randwick, Kingsford, that kind of area, eastern suburbs way. And out the back of the house, they had like, you know, the tomato vines growing. They used to make the passata and store it in the cellar under the house. I used to help when I was like, you know, 6, 7 years old, helping bottle up the stuff and put it in the water to boil it. That's so good. That's ironic, I'm working on a pastor's amp. Is he going to try and like stiff you on the bill? I'm very wary of a lot of the happy clapper types coming along with their equipment now because, yeah, they're real funky on the bill, especially out the ones in Campbelltown. They weren't ideal to deal with. But Lyle, if one does come in for repair, they're usually gooped up everywhere, cut traces, completely bizarre mods. I'd put them on the no-go list. Making the Passata. Yep. It's good stuff. If I had the space and all the rest of that, I would do it. I like to grow my own basil and other stuff and the likes for that kind of thing because it's so cheap and just propagated eternally. Yeah. Just to have those kinds of foods there. I love food. I love cooking. As the joke goes, I'm a wog who was raised by fobs. For those who don't know what a wog is a formerly derogatory term for those who came to Australia from various countries, including Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. So Greeks, Hungarians, Italians, all that. That's my family background is Hungarian. Stepmother's Italian and that. And then my mother married a Samoan when I was a kid, which is fob fresh off the boat. So there was that culture of food there and cooking and making so much stuff. So I was lucky I got exposed to a lot of those things. So, you know, I'm the Balangi boy who makes like the pisupu and whatnot, the big like islander dishes and making like, you know, Italian stuff, making Hungarian food. And yeah, it's brilliant. Love it. Oh. Forgive me, I used passata from a jar last night. Had to cook 10 pizzas. Time was of the essence. Mate, you get slapped upside the head by a gnat, if that was the case. I don't care. Like, most of the Italians I knew would bloody buy passata as well, as long as it's good stuff. You know, you get the good branded stuff, that's what you do. But making it's nice too. But jar pasta sauce, I will use it on occasion because I'm tired or lazy. But then other times, like whenever I make meatballs or make like a meat sauce or something, or a boscola or something, that'll be made from scratch, you know. But if I'm just having like cheap filled pasta, whatever, jar of pasta sauce, it's 10-minute dinner. I can be lazy. What's the slang word for the American tourist? Wait, slang word for the American tourist? You mean like as in American tourist here? Oh no, we don't really have them. We just either call them like seppos or yanks, or pains in the asses. Nah, it's kind of a bit of a joke here, especially like you get some companies like my missus works for Apple, and there are some Americans working there, and there's a big cultural difference between how they view customer service versus how we do. The American idea of customer service goes far beyond what we reasonably expect, and it comes off kind of like weird and off-putting. It's not ideal. Damn, now I'm wanting pasta for dinner. Hell yeah. Yeah, we had gollywogs here in Australia too, and there are still groups on Facebook and that filled with like old Sharons and Karens and Cheryls and that are like, oh, I'm looking for a gollywog doll for my niece, for my nephew, and that. And it's like, dude, no, stop. There's a shop actually out in like rural buttfuck nowhere that sells them still. We had biscuits, Arnott's gollywogs, that were on sale until like 10 years ago. They changed the name, but they were still the same thing, and then finally they discontinued them. It was insane. Oh, I got a pasta machine for your birthday. Nice. Al dente bucatini. Hells yeah. Nice. Mutti tomatoes. Yeah. We get mutti here in Australia as well. Thankfully, we've got that things have started changing, so now it's less like homogenous on the tomatoes you can get in at the grocers. So I went there the other day and had some really nice like ox heart tomatoes, which do really good for like a lot of Hungarian dishes, because like the gourmet type ones or the standard truss like super red ones, they don't taste as full in those dishes. So what a lot of people don't realize is that the tomatoes you get, if they're fully red and they look amazing, they've got no flavor. Because the best tomatoes are the ones that are a little like greenish and go things because they're not bred to the point where they've bred them for aesthetic perfection versus flavor. You know, a good, like well-grown, like non-commercial tomato is something you can eat like a fruit. You can just pick it up and bite into it, and it's amazing, you know. Makes all the difference. Padam Padam came on the radio, so Unguitar Shop. Wait, that's that Kylie Minogue song, isn't it? I think so. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't have radio on here. I put on various playlists of obscure random music and let the algorithm take me down a hole. Polish post-punk. Hells yeah. Love it. Now I'm currently riding a wave of 70s Japanese folk rock. Absolutely amazing. Yeah. It's absolutely wild. Mainlanders in Hawaii. Yeah. It's unfortunate what happened to Hawaii, all things considered. Much the same as what happened to Samoa and various other things. But we shan't go there this time. Oh, what do we got? In Japan, it's gaijin, which translated to white ghost. Not quite. Gaijin is, fara, gaikokujin. Bit of a different sort of thing. It's kind of used in a combination of derogatory and non-derogatory way, but there is a big sort of cultural thing in Japan as to how that kind of goes. That's why there's a big like clusterfuck that's happening at the moment with the woman who's a naturalized Japanese citizen, you know, over there, and she was the one who won the Miss Universe or something or whatever. It's it's a whole thing. There's a lot of misconceptions about Japan that I not so much take pleasure in dispelling the myths, but like to set people straight on them, because it's the same as anywhere. It's like some people think America is the greatest country on earth, some weeaboos think Japan is amazing, and then there are bogans with Southern Cross tattoos, you know, with a packet of Winnie in their things, and kids named Jaden, Braden, Zayden, Aiden, Hayden, and Faden that think that Australia is the greatest country on earth. It's a little off-putting, you know. Oh, itchy. Copyright strike. Yeah. Seriously, Sirius XM and satellite radio and all the rest of that is such an American thing. We don't have that in Australia. We don't have any of those things. I had to like look up what it is because I kept seeing it and hearing about it in like TV shows and stuff. Yeah, it's head-spinning stuff. It's just so different over here. All right, I can go in there. Arse sells. That it does. And I shall not denigrate anyone who chooses to do so, because I can't exactly say anything, because that's how I made some of my living when I was younger. You know, use the tools you got, make your money how you can. Go for gold. Have at it. All right. Power on, go. Oh, man. Mace Express 550 up next. Plus side, Australis have parts for the Maces, which was excellent. So I could get those pots for the, brain work. Yeah, Australis had those pots in for the 525 I had here, so I grabbed two, so I've got a spare on hand if need be. But yeah, thankfully I've got those parts now. I've been to an awful lot of great countries. Haven't found the greatest one yet. And you never will. Nobody will, because there is no greatest country. As far as I'm concerned, we should, you know, we can hopefully progress one day to a stateless society. One day. But until then, you know, everywhere's got its merits. Satellite radio is the bee's knees, man. I have a channel for everything. I just remember internet radio. I remember back in those days, Winamp, you load up, someone's playing, like streaming from their own home back in the day. You know, the wild country, wild west. I miss Winamp and that. It's good stuff. Whoa, what the hell was that? That was a bit of a pop. What? What? That's odd. Or is that just a bad pot? I think it might just be a bad pot. Hello? That's a bit disconcerting. I've just lost power. I've just lost output. Tubes aren't glowing red. I got nothing. Well now. Huh. Damn. Where did my stuff go? Okay, so we're good there. I think it might just be that switch. Yeah, I keep forgetting about the standby switch on these things. Stupid bloody design. You'd think I'd remember after working on as many as I have, but I haven't seen one in God knows how long. Yeah, Wayne Kramer. That sucks. Alright. I think I have to rewire this guitar. I got a bad lead. That's right. That one should have ended up in the bin. Why did it not end up in the bin? Ah, that's right. I was going to replace the jack on it. Duh. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, kicked out the jam one more time. Ham radio ain't too practical for backpacking, climbing trips. Haha. I've never understood the, the whole ham radio thing. Bad test gear, yes, I got it mixed up. I had it in a pile, but I picked it up. Goodbye, Lyle. Until next time. Oh, that's awful. Cool. Yeah, it's a nice trem. Get real swampy. I mean, probably like too slow to even be usable. You can't get like right up into the super high speeds. Okay, now it's gonna get a bit loud. Got that Leslie vibe to it. Kinda, yeah. Where's my keys? There we go. I like my hearing as it is, so I shall protect it, as I always do. Good pair of earplugs on here. Don't be surprised if this is going to clip like absolute mad. So what I might do then is change the input gain. Where is it? No, that there. Receiver gain. Go right on down. -9, -10. Alright, there we go. So that's going to be a lot quieter now. Earplugs in. Volume up. I'm waiting on the thing to arrive from Yamaha. It's too hard to change the bloody what's on here, the input gain, you know? Input link. Well, that's not good. Something's gone bad. I lost volume. It's all gone. Oh wait, that'll be why. Let's try that again. Nope. Ah, it's because I was close to. Yeah, I know. I was having a moment. I was having a conniption. I forgot how the input switching works on this. Where's the thingy? And yes, there is a lot of hum on these, unfortunately. Or is it that there? Yeah, already like -12. It's insane. Go away. Yeah, go away. Come on. No. Transmitter settings, yep. Low cut. Transmitter gain. Transmitter 1, there we go. See if we can, that does it. Just lower. instant bloody, what's it, copyright claim. Come here, though. Oh, I gotta change these versions out of. Oh, yeah. Come on. No, it doesn't do that. Transmit settings, gain, active 0, like so. Come on. Cool. All right, back to normal now. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm waiting on Yamaha to send me the correct interface thing, so that way I can have mics and all the rest of that running separate from that, so I can actually just hit button and mute. Because I do have an audio interface, but I don't want to mess around with all that and having to press buttons there when I can just hit one button, bring up a pre-done scene, and swings and roundabouts. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, all that kind of jazz. Alright, so all in all, sounds like it's doing what it needs to do. What I do need to do, though, is get a replacement socket, because this one is not doing what it needs to do. Potentially dangerous. Someone's going to unplug that and have something fly out at them. Maybe do something stupid like on a touch thing that they're not meant to. Does happen from time to time. It has been known. A bandmate bought me a ticket to see Paul McCartney about 10 years ago. The guitar sound in Ticket to Ride was one of the best sounding guitar bits I've ever heard, I think. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones. It's great that he's having fun, still doing it and all the rest of that, but let's be honest, a lot of these old guys need to stop. Once they reach past a certain point, their voice is no longer doing what it needs to. It's no longer sounding like it. It's like, has anyone seen that new ad for Paramount Plus that was out that had, had Patrick Stewart and Creed in it, of all things. He sounds his age, you know. I love Patrick Stewart. I'm a Trekkie through and through, but he's starting to really sound his age. I actually had a great aunt named Fanny. Yeah. It was a common name back in the day. Ergo, the term, Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. Okay, yeah, I could probably do that there. That's why. Maybe I don't need to replace it then. Just need to make sure it's all right. There we go. Okay, yeah. That'll be why. Come on, in you go. In you go, damn it. There we go. Because it wasn't quite grabbing. Halford still has it. He does to a degree. I mean, he's stepped down like the pitch of a lot of things down to D standard, but yeah, Rob Halford's a legend. I love that man. I love Judas Priest. I love what he does. I love what he stands for. I used to love singing his songs in the cover bands and that I used to play in. Because I'm one of those nut jobs who can hit the notes that he can. Oh yeah, alright. That's a warm chassis. Whoa. Alright, let's get some screws happening. Judas Priest stuff was pretty damn good. Yeah, Yeah, some people didn't like it when they did the whole, like, you know, trying to glom on to, you know, like, fads and trends at the time. I didn't mind Demolition. I thought it was okay. You know, it was solid. I like Hell is Home is like, it's cheesy, it's chintzy, but you know what? It still had a good kind of like vibe to it, or what it did. I liked it. Leonard Cohen. Yeah, Leonard Cohen, he also like, it's one of those voices that he had that he wasn't like pushing it up into the high stratosphere. It's yeah, it's well known that if you're a tenor or something like that, as you get older, you lose your upper register. You're unable to get out there because it's like your ears getting longer and larger. You can't stop it. So with that, you've got, you know, a guy who's getting older and his voice starts getting lower and lower and lower until it's all the way down in the doldrums. But, you know, as you're getting older and you're like a tenor or a higher end, you've got to start bringing those notes down. The heavier stuff that was more death metal kicked ass. Seriously, that intro to Painkiller, oh, that set like a new standard for like drumming intros. That was insane. And of course, you know, Rob's voice throughout that whole track was mental. It was absolutely, oh, dude, brilliant. Loved it. Loved it to death. Can't stop the painkiller. This is the painkiller. Not even going to try it right now. All right, get in there. King Diamond, hells yeah. Classic King Diamond. So, like, camp, but I love it. Of course, like many people of my age, my introduction to King Diamond was through Metallica, of course. You know. That one? That one. Yeah, that one. You know, the Metallica medley. Some good stuff. Alright, here we go. There we go. Sane Core transformer. Not Sencore, Sane Core. There's a bar in, where is it? In Kreuzberg, East Berlin, that has an 8 or 9 foot Rob Halford mannequin in leather out the front. That just sounds like every gay bar in Berlin, though. Big, massive leather daddy out front. Yeah! I still find it so funny that there are people like, what do you mean? Like, no, it's not gay, no. It's like, Rob Halford literally pulled on, buddy, you know, leather and biker culture for the priest, like, look, you know? Our generation is Clerks. Ah, yes, God, Clerks. Ugh. Speaking of Kevin Smith stuff that is actually pretty good, I don't care what anyone says, but I like good animation. I like bad animation too. I like animation. But he did the new reboot, like reimagining of He-Man. So it's Masters of the Universe Revelation and Masters of the Universe Revolution. I liked it. It was brilliant. It was like that wonderful mix between campy, like tongue-in-cheek, we know that this is just a toy figure type thing, and oh my god, they said the line, but also actually a really kind of decent story that was well written, that was well animated, and had some good fight scenes to it. And of course it had Mark Hamill in it. How can you go wrong with Mark Hamill? Seriously, man's a legend. Love that guy. Alright, that's bin. In the bin. Alright. So, that socket is going to need to be replaced. I can just do that from the top end. Yeah. It's just that little bit loose. Just a wee bit. Sounds a good one to get baked and have a watch. I will leave the getting baked part up to you. Like I said, I don't really do anything like that. When I was younger, yeah, but it doesn't agree with my my brain. So instead, I will have some alcohol from time to time. Yeah. Yeah, Rob Halford has been out for decades. A lot of people just like, there's a lot of bigots in the metal scene. It's unfortunate, you know? Ugh. are a lot of bigots out there, and it is quite sad, unfortunately. Okay. That go there. So that one can go back into the box. I'll add one of those things to my shopping list from Wes Wagner. So I'm asking about synth repairs. Oh, itchy nose again. I said send. Buying deals? I ain't buying anything. How can you go wrong with Mark Hamill? Exactly. I was actually starting to watch the, what's he again? Batman animated series. So good. Doop, boop, boop, doop, doo. That goes there, alright. That go that way, that can go there, that one can go there, and there. Alright, let's redo the lack of those in a sec. Is my door open? No. Thought it was. Thought it was, turned out it wasn't. Nice. There you go. Up we go. Yeah. The nice little cowboy print on the outside. The old paisley, flowery type stuff. Alright. Alley-oop. Stay. Oh, there we go. Nice. Okay. Alright, let's get these carblades back in. White one goes up and over there. Come on. There we go. That's all. Over thusly. Into it. Come on. Get in there. Get in. Yeah. Go for it. Oh, ow. That's sharp. It's very sharp indeed. Needle noses. Thank you. Come on. Come on. Oh, there we go. Alright. One connection done. Second connection going in. What are these Masters of the Universe shows? I love the early comics. Got with the action figures before the Prince Adam stuff. Yeah. So, the new series were done by, Kevin Smith. So he's executive producing, writing a lot of them. And it is kind of like a mixture between the old comics, some of the campiness of the 80s TV show, but also pulls on the 2000s TV show, the 90s one, and even the movie. Like, it's pulling kind of like the best elements of all of them and putting it all together in one. Makes a really kind of good show. Yeah, it's just a good animated rollick. I'd recommend checking it out. It's on Netflix original. If you don't have Netflix and the likes, which I don't blame you because, you know, they're making all this stuff like cable TV again, then, you know, if access is not legal and easy, then piracy becomes ethical, you know. Yeah, you know, they're good shows. It's a good show, but definitely check it out. I won't spoil anything, but there is a really cool bit at the end of season 2 that if you're like me and you're a fan of some of the other shows in, you know, the sort of like the different versions of it, something pops up and it's like, oh my god, really? Wow. Stay. Come on, in you go. Get in the hole. Get in there. Come on. Mofo. Go on. Michael Keaton as old Batman in The Flash was great. The movie sucked, correct. And to think, you know, David Zaslav, that evil piece of shit, binned the Batgirl movie that would have been so good and had him in there. It was all done, but, you know, just It hurts my head thinking about what these people have done to, you know, the arts. All for money, 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 money. Pump up value for the shareholders until eventually these companies don't exist anymore. But it's okay, you know, because for a brief moment they brought shareholder value. Kevin Smith is a busy boy. After he almost died, I think he realized, I'm just going to keep making things. Yeah, not the worst idea, not the worst thing in the world to do, you know? Let's try and go there. Okay, let's try and get these bloody things in. I still got Netflix for now, yeah. I have it. I've got my bypasses as well, so I can watch from other regions and things. You know, but I'm not gonna buy up 1,000,001 streaming services nowadays. If I can't find it on the ones that I have, then guess what? I still remember how to torrent, and I have no qualms whatsoever. You know, after what bloody Discovery did to Final Space, that irked me to no end because that was such a good show. Olin Rogers is such an awesome, like, creative. And, yeah, he made something that was great, and then they destroyed it for profit. You know? Because that's what they do. We can't have nice things in this day and age because, you know, someone's got to make money. It's fiduciary responsibility, unfortunately, to deliver shareholder profits. Yes, however... there is limits to that as well and various other factors that can sort of be there. It's like, okay, cool, so you're going to deliver things to shareholders, but how long-term, how short-term? Take a look at what happened to Godfrey's. I used to work for the company. They made so much money. That company, when it was sold for $350 million, owned all its buildings, had next to no debt whatsoever, and was sold to an equity company. That equity company proceeded to gut the property portfolio, sold things off, increased the value of everything, and then sold the company on to someone else eventually. Like, they basically took it public after destroying it, and destroying what made it work, what made it tick. You know, sales staff weren't paid the way they were anymore, so they lost all of their, like, best sales staff elsewhere, you know? And they destroyed a company that was around for almost 90 years. You know, fiduciary responsibility only goes so far. Obviously, you know, you've got to get a return for some things, but thankfully we don't have that same thing in Australia. We don't have the same laws, you know? Oh, stay. Yeah. That's why, for example, in the US, you know, sorry, you can't pay your health bill. Guess you got to die, because they've got to do what they can for their shareholders. But thankfully, in more, like, developed parts of the world, we're not quite as, you know, over the top on those sorts of burdens. But that culture is creeping in, unfortunately. More and more. Oh, get in there, come on. Go. Oh, yeah, my phone. Come on. I see you there. Get in there. Yeah, Godfrey's good. That's where I learned how to sell, you know. Godfrey's sales training. Before I ever hit the floor, I spent a week in training how to sell. You know, they were solid on that. The guys who owned it knew what they were doing. They survived the Great Depression. They survived the 80s recession. They survived everything. And then they were bought by a company that was so focused on short-term profits and trying to nickel and dime everything they could that they destroyed a profitable company to make money quickly. You know? And that sucks, because if the original owners had kept on, or the original management had kept doing it, they would have actually continued to survive in the 21st century in the world that we have right now with online sales and that, because the company had always been light on its feet and always changed directions with things. But the new owners didn't. They didn't understand how it worked. They didn't understand how to make it. Godfrey's owned basically all their own brands. It was all OEM stuff. You know, that's what made them work. Well, they didn't have to worry so much about like over-the-top profits and such, or margins. They were their own margins. They had deals with factories that they'd had deals with for decades. And these new dorks came along and then gutted those deals and made it so that suddenly the cost of those goods went up through the roof. And they were expecting, oh, we've got to have this, got to be in writing, got to be this. It's, yeah. It does annoy me, because I kind of have like a bit of an emotional soft spot for that company, because that was like my first real job where I learned a lot of what I did and kind of how I based some of what I do with you know, business and whatnot based on John Johnson and Godfrey Cohen and how they did stuff. Free healthcare for all means free healthcare for all, correct? I'm sick of seeing like posts online of people now, like even Aussies, starting to say like how the NHS in the UK sucks and all the rest of that. No, it should be a hybridized system. No, it shouldn't. Hybridized healthcare is terrible. We should just have one system that we all pay into that just works. Everyone pays into it, don't have to worry about paying stuff. Sweet, it works. But no, we can't have that. Ugh. Yes, welcome to Dr. Gear's Revolutionary Power Hour. Yes, Godfrey's, well, here's the interesting, right? Godfrey's was started in 1931 originally by, you know, a young gentleman by the name of Godfrey Cohen. His family had a furniture shop in Melbourne. And back in those days, in Australia, you couldn't buy a vacuum by walking into a shop to buy one. It was all done door to door, right? You know, so that was how they were done there back then. So he went to like auctions and that and bought things and bought second-hand vacuums from companies like Electrolux and Hoover. You know, the ones that were traded in by the door-to-door salesman. And he put them up for sale in the window of his family's shop. Along came John Johnson, businessman, saw that and went, oh, that's kind of genius. So they went in together and they bought a bunch more and they opened up a shop. And they grew it from there. But the thing is, Godfrey's, a lot of people don't realise, wasn't actually just vacuums. Not in the beginning, anyway. Yeah, they did vacuums as their core thing, but for example, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, they also did sewing machines too. So the factories that would do vacuums, some of the companies would also do sewing machines, and they would sell sewing machines under their OEM brand, which was Wertheim. Wertheim was a brand that they'd picked up and bought because the company used to make pianos in Australia, and then they picked it up as well, so they were tied into that. So they were a company that sold a lot of those kinds of things, and down in Melbourne and similar areas, they also did homewares and appliances and stuff like that too, irons and ironing boards and that. Eventually, as things went by, they just focused on the vacuum side of things up here in New South Wales because the company was operated on basically a handshake agreement between the two owners and run slightly different between the two of them. Down in Melbourne, Godfrey Cohen had his half, and then up in New South Wales, you had John Johnson who ran his part. And up in New South Wales, they were focused on just the, you know, the vacuum side of things, and in Melbourne, they kept going with some of the other stuff. And yeah. Doing invoicing and quotes, about 30 out of 60 completed. Did you know that there's a Batman Crescent in Springwood, New South Wales, as well as Springwood, Queensland? That does not sound wrong at all. We have this, we're not exactly a very, you know, we're not a very creative bunch, us Aussies, when it comes to naming things. Wasn't the state of Victoria very, very nearly called Batmania? Yes. And there is a suburb down there called Batman. My granny used to Frankenstein Rainbow brand vacuums together. Ah, Rainbow, I remember them. Basically a ginormous bong of a vacuum. Yeah, it's kind of funny when those brands still kept plodding along, you know. They kind of, a lot of, especially in Australia, a lot of the Rainbows that were bought by a lot of Filipinos and similar, they loved them. When I used to work at Godfrey's, I used to come in because we used to do repairs too. That's where a lot of money came in, was repairs and things like that. The new owners got rid of stuff like the trade-ins and selling second-hand stuff, which is insane because it was just free money, you know. Some people want to walk in, buy a $50 vacuum, okay, there you go. We traded it in for 10 bucks, 40 bucks, whatever. You know, made money, nothing, hand over fist. Yeah. I can still repair a vacuum to this day, easily. Are we in yet? Are we done? We there? Almost there. Yeah, I had a bit of a fascination with vacuums for a while. I actually collected them too. I collected old vintage ones, especially stuff from like the 30s through 50s. They were like the prime example of the aesthetic of the era, you know, the retro-futuristic type thing they were going for. Things looked kind of cool. They were interesting designs. I liked them. Something went bang. 1:30. Wow, it's getting almost lunchtime. Keep going. Come on. Invoicing and quotes. Okay, one there. Do it upright. Come on. Go, 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 go. Now, how's I have it in the right spot? Duh. Come on. There we go. Damn thing. Choking on my food at the bong of vacuum cleaners. Hells yeah, that's what they were. They're bloody bongs. Big ginormous ass bongs. Yeah, I'll pull that out, going back in. No, I've gone the wrong way. Duh. Dirk, dirk. And especially funny too, because a lot of the ones from like the 70s and 80s and the 90s, they had like the wooden wrap on the outside, so they did look like something of the back that would have been like at home in like a 70s house with a big massive like glass bong in there, and like one of the light show like home theater things you would have gotten from somewhere like Sears or some shit. Guarantee somebody at some point went and looked at a rainbow vacuum and went, I reckon I can make that into a bong. A big one, yeah. Like, no way, Scoob. I mean, like the biggest bong you've ever seen, man. Yeah. All right. Now I'm going to clear off some of that junk from that socket. But that's why Granny liked them. She followed the Great Old Dead around for a while. Your granny sounded cool, man. It's one of the things I loved about the Jazzmaster. It looks like what people imagined the future would look like from the 50s. Yeah, that was it. Like a lot of those guitars, there was that. For example, the logo that I have for the company, if I grab my little business card, Duvalaka. There we go, there we go. All right, so I studied some graphics design and that when I was younger. Before I went off and did electronic engineering, I did graphics design because I was doing photography and I was a professional photographer. And my whole thing was I called upon that type of thing for the logo of the company. So, you know, I went for that retro futuristic type vibe using those geometric type shapes that kind of evoke kind of the look of a pick guard, kind of the look of a pick. So they look like something you'd see on like a Super Jetsons model or something like that. You know, with that sort of like old school type typography, and the colors as well. So it was like a, you know, very sort of like 50s-ish type palette. It was kind of futuristic, you know. I liked it. I like it a lot. Big Les Show. Never watched it. I have seen like clips of it, but I've never actually sat down and watched it. I'll get around to it one day. She was, man. Definitely was a trip. Was rolling joints for her as a kid. Nice. The future aesthetic is much like optimistic these days. Yeah, it's because it's all about the post-apocalyptic cyberpunk, you know? We are living in a cyberpunk dystopia. It's brilliant. It's just a 60s Roadhouse sign. Kiss my ass. I like my thing and I have a proper branding. You know? I put in good effort to it, and it's one of those things people recognise. So much so that another shop copied my colour scheme. It's funny. Alright, let's get rid of this excess solder on these terminals. This is way too much. Yeah, let's get right in there. Come on. Show me. There we go. Boom. That was like 2 tons of bloody solder on this these terminals. Great, special cigarettes did smell a little funny. Smell like guano. Weed smells like guano, man. Every time, like, you go down where we are here in Sydney, there's a lot of bats. And it's bloody annoying because you go past, it's like, oh god, it smells like the dormitory of like a uni. A motel with a pool and aloe vera plants. Nah, man. It looks like something you'd... My logo is like something you'd see in like a Wes Anderson film with a really muted like pastel color thing with a big wide open shot of nothing happening for a second. It's just this like brick motel, like palms out the front. 13 and 14 before I realized it was weed. Question for the US viewers, is this what the World's Fair was about? Like the futuristic view, I mean. I mean, the World's Fair went back many years, all the way back to like the early 20th, to the late 19th century. it was, you know, showing people how things could be and all the rest of that, and it was, you know, an exercise in showing how much capitalism could push things forward in the world, new technologies and fancy things. So you had stuff like the Ferris wheel shown, and you had, you know, electric light bulbs shown, and they went around, you know, Chicago World's Fair and, you know, Knoxville and all that. It's like, you know, they still kind of do things to this day for it, but they're not as popular as they once were, obviously. God, that really doesn't go that far, does it? Stuff we got in Cali smells like skunks and pine trees mixed. Nice. Saw about 50 bin chickens roosting in a palm tree the other night. Ugh. They sort of softly clucked to each other. At least they were doing that, not doing the thing, yelling and screaming at each other as they do. Bloody annoying. Bloody annoying, those things are, I'll tell you what. They're a bloody pain in my ass, eh? Man, they really don't leave much room for these bloody cables, do they? Huh, how annoying. Oh, it'll do. Yeah, it'll do. That's positive. Positive there. There you go. Alright, cool. World's Fair is where zigzag rolling papers came from. Nice. Oh. Alright, I could probably clip that off a wee bit, get a wee bit on there. Where's my... There. No, it's more than that. It's 18. Damn. Damn, man, that's wild. Come on, off you come. Come on, you. I said come. Get you. Go on. There we go. Nice. Okay, first one done. Just some random Turkish dude that's showing off rolling tobacco. Nice. I remember being a smoker many years ago. Roll and roll and roll. I used to smoke a cigarette called White Ox that we know here in Australia. It's a very, very, very dark tobacco. It smells horrible. Like, it's so bad. But they call it jail smoke because it had a lot of nicotine, a lot of tar, a lot of everything. So you could, when you're in jail, you don't smoke that much. It was like one of the it was like the only type of tobacco you could get in jail. So obviously with my family members, that's where I picked up that habit. But yeah, I used to smoke that stuff when I'd roll like mad, and people were like, man, how do you have such crazy rolling skills? It's like, because I smoke 40 a day, man. So I practice non-stop. Fleet fingers. Yeah. Bloody hell. Okay, there we go. There's my... There it is. Solder. You smoked White Ox? Yeah, man. I'm a piece of white trash from the western suburbs. I grew up in a house, like, on bloody, you know, pensions and shit. You know, my biological father, my first ever Christmas, apparently, we spent at Parramatta Jail visiting him. But yeah, so I used to smoke 40 a day of White Ox, and a couple of months back, I saw what the price of, like, a pouch of tobacco is these days, and almost, like, and was just thrown back by how much it's gone up in price. Like, I'm all for it and that, and I think New Zealand should have continued on what it did in phasing it out for new people, because it's a terrible, terrible habit. But yeah, I remember back in the day, a 50-gram pouch, I was like, oh, dude, 50-gram pouch for $39. Now it's a 15-gram pouch for $50. It's like, dear Lord. They are French, but the guy on the package is a random Turk. Nice. I always thought it was just some random French sailor. Alright. Let's not melt that. There we go. Maybe more. There we go. Cool. Smoky. All right. Yeah, there you go. Thanks. Tuck that away in the random trivia pub quiz drawer. Hells yeah. I miss going to pub trivia. It's good fun. I'll walk it. I think it's almost time for lunch. So I got this amp sorted. Get that new socket. I'll get that in. I'll call the customer, let him know he can pick it up on Wednesday once the socket arrives tomorrow. Oh, yeah. And I'll do some other bits and pieces. I got some equipment that I got to sort out for display and that nut. So I got some more Aussie amps I got to sort out to get out there because they're still going to be prepped for sale. What else? I've got some guitars that have to go out. Got to take photos. Got to do all that kind of stuff. A bit of a mixture stuff, you know. My grandmother bought me a carton of Players when I was 5 to piss off my mother. Then filmed me trying to smoke a lot. Oh God. Oh man, that hurts. Like I can really speak though. I was a pack-a-day smoker by the time I was 12. Piece of white trash I am. Yeah. Dude was a French South African soldier. I was close. Random Turk though. Yeah. You know, the good old, French Foreign Legion. Why is my phone vibrating at me? What's it trying to tell me, huh? Just Twitter. Nothing exciting. Just another Nazi bot. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Get in there. There we go. North. That's north. North African from the old, French colonization of the area. Algiers and Morocco and all that stuff. My bad. Speed reading through it. As you do. Alright. Okay. Going. Keep going. That's how that diode was wired backwards. Guide was speed reading schematics. You know what? Yeah, probably. Oh, how do you... Seriously, just how do you let a product like that out the door? That's a hard no, man. You know? Put a little bit of effort in there, make sure the stuff's done right, do your QC, do all that. Also, don't just copy other people's designs. Come up with something original, even if it, borrows heavily from something. At least come up with something original, you know? Oh, down I go. You get, hefty. Oh, bloody thing. Where's it? Done. Thank God. Oh, there we go. Oh. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. So I need to put this one somewhere and do the end of it. Wiring LED backwards, that's okay. Sometimes it happens, unless you really look closely and you can see which side's anode and cathode. sometimes you'll make a mistake. Okay. Critical power supply component though? Nah, man. That's not it. Not when you're selling it to people, you know? Want to see something cool? Ugh. This is old school. Very old school. Okay. There we go. Man, I love that. I love it, but I hate it at the same time because I can't quite see it all. So back in the day, when a company would sell you a product, what they'd also do... you can stay. Yeah, the way you move. Is they would also give you the schematics. You know, back when things were meant to be repairable. Not so much these days. You know, you want something fixed. Oh, no, sorry, can't give that information. You know, super top secret, super source. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. So, there's kind of like half a schematic here because it's obviously ancient and it's gotten, you know, fallen apart over the years. But I should hopefully be able to find a schematic copy online. If not, then I'll have to pull that out very gingerly and scan it and check it and see if I can find a version of it that kind of works. But yeah, this is an item that was brought in for consignment. There we go, zoom right out. Zoom right out. Just going to out to 240 though. Where is it? Latch there, and come off. There we go. That's a funky old 60s combo organ from Teisco. Yes, just like the British food chain, supermarket chain Teisco. Even though it's written Teisco, T-E-I-S-C-O, and if you know anything about the Japanese language, you know, Teisco would be how it would be. However, according to the how it's actually written on labels and that of products from Japan, it's written with the katakana of Teisco, not Teisco. So yeah, this one has been brought in for consignment. It's going to have a new power cable because this one is short. Like it is barely holding on for grim death. And there are exposed conductors. So if we zoom in right here, keep going, go. Nice. Look at that. Get right on in there. You see that? There's no ground connection on there. Those cables have been pulled way too much. So we're going to have to put a new cable in there at a minimum. He was saying that after a bit of time as well, some of the notes go out. This being a divide down organ is going to do all sorts of weird things like that. Okay, so I see the ground connection there. I see it. Is Teisco the equivalent of Sears and Roebuck overseas? No, Teisco was a Japanese company that started manufacturing electronics for musicians in the 1950s. They also made things like guitars, amplifiers, pedals. Eventually, the company towards the 80s was struggling and were purchased by Kawai and integrated into them. So, you know, Teisco, for example, were making synthesizers up into the 80s that were pretty cool. And, yeah, they ended up being absorbed into Kawai. So still kind of live on as a vestigial nub of that company. I think they actually made some instruments and stuff for like Sears and some of the other places as well. Yeah, a lot of people pronounce it wrong because you look at it and you think Teisco, and if you know Japanese and you know how like Japanese is pronounced phonetically if you're writing it in Romaji, it looks like Teisco. It should be Teisco. However, you look at the you actually look at one and it is it's actually Teisco. Cool. I'm just going to fix that on there for the moment. Is Teisco Del Rey the same company? Del Rey is just a is one of the products of a series from Teisco. So Teisco Del Rey and all that kind of stuff. But if you look out there online, you'll find their products and yeah, guitars, Teisco Del Rey, made in Japan. Weird sort of funky looking things that they were. Alright, so we've got 3 conductors. Let's use all 3. black neutral, red violet. Such an old school way of doing it. Thankfully, you don't do it like this anymore. Yeah, that's about the right length. Cool. All right. Man, this cable is ancient. So old. But it'll do for testing for the moment. Speaking of Teisco, I've got a semi-hollow body bolt-on neck I'm working on. Putting a strat neck on there. There's chrome all over it. Looks pretty groovy. Pickup sound unique. That they did, you know. They made some cool stuff. They made some interesting things. They made a couple of pedals that were sort of like used by a bunch of, like, you know, grunge bands and stoner bands and that. Fuzz pedals and stuff. Alright. Green goes to that one. Cool, there we go. Probably use just a wee bit more length on that. Just a bit. There we go. That should do it. Alright. Sweet. Got a Shinai fuzz wire at the moment. Yeah. They're nice. Fuzz wires are such a 70s thing. Big, chunky, loud bastards they were. Come on, in you go. I said, come on. I wonder what's on the hood on a fuzz wire. Well, usually just a PCB with a silicon transistor fuzz and a fuzz circuit, all just on one board. Nothing too spectacular. They're just something, just a thing, you know. Oh hell. Yeah. It's random people being random, and loud and annoying. Jobbing. There's a pedal maker over here who makes variations of the Shinai fuzzes. Everyone does a variation on Shinai fuzz. Yeah, they're common as mud. They sound cool. I've got one in my collection. You know, was it Voodoo Fuzz by Joyo of all people. Super cheap, but works. Does what it needs to do. Sounds good. I use it for when I want my weird sort of shoegazy, noisy, fuzzy type thing. If ever I want to pretend that I'm playing in a band like Scarling. I do love that band. Too bad they don't even release the 2 albums. Well, album and EP, I suppose. Right. So it should at least allow me to test it for the moment without killing myself. Now I've got a ground connection at least. On, in you get, bloody thing. I hate these push type ones. Optical wires. Keep the light bulbs on hand. Yeah, and the light bulbs for them are still easy to get a hold of. They're just a pretty standard type one. Nothing too crazy. Come on, you. do without stabbing myself. In there, go on. Anything. There we go. Come on. Don't wash there. Oh, there we go. Sweet. Now, how the hell do I open this thing? Oh, screws there, screws there. No. That'll do it. Nailed it. Phillips head? No. JIS. JIS indeed. God, my bench looks so much worse from overhead than it does from this level. It is what it is, it works. I'm not fancy enough to have a bench like Brad's. I'd love to, but, you know, I gotta work with what I got. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. I don't even know what that is. Something. Cool. Alright. There's blues. Look at that. Designed for service. Mwah. Also full of bugs. Ew. All transistors, 2SC537 or 538. Look at that. Like, that's a thing of beauty. A multi-tap transformer that you can do what you need to do with it. Keyboard inputs using... oh my god, those are octal sockets. Not octal, novel sockets. That's cool. That is so cool. Like the way that the front and the back are connected on here are using a 12AX7 style Novel socket. Look at that. That's brilliant. I love that. Probably not going to be able to see it too much, but there you go. Over here, down in the bottom right corner, that connector. That's like what a Leslie uses, or a Hammond, for connecting up stuff. That's so cool. I love that. You know, I'm not easily impressed and all. It's not like we're looking at a dog with a brown coat. Or a fluffy tail, even. Now, I'm not a man who's easily impressed, but... get in the hole! That'll be way. Sweet. There we go. First have a repair mod. New bulb and trim the cardboard light blocker to have a smoother sweep. Nice. I assume if you're talking optical wires, you're talking about a Telray, aka Morley. Okay, I'm going to have to vacuum this out because it's filled with dead bugs. There's a lot of dead bugs in there, isn't there? Yep. Alright. Come hither. Shoot. Okay. Oh, there we go. Sweet. Okay. Alright. Let's get some power on. Don't need stupidly high. Just enough. Okay, now I need stupidly high. Come on, you. Get in there. Yeah, ancient silver Morley, while the weight as much as the pedal board was mounted to. Indeed, they used a mains power supply as well. And the thing about them was that they used very high voltages internally. They were like 50 volts on the transistors. Gave them a unique sound. So what we got here is we got those are the notes, right? So your 12 notes. Someone's thankfully marked them out. C, C sharp, D, D sharp, E, F, F sharp, G. A sharp, G sharp, A flat, A, B flat, B, C. Cool. So yeah, so that's how they're going on. So that's how they're mounted in. They're nothing real kind of fancy. This is the early days. It's literally just a box with a slot on it. So in order to actually get to those cards, all I have to do is unscrew that there and come out, and they slide in to the box. That's cool. I like that. I like it. Organ C. All right. Now, we got that there, we got that there. Let's see what's that there. So yeah. So that's the output, that's the pedal on or off, and the output there. Fabrique au Japan, made in Japan. Doesn't actually have it in French, it just felt a bit funny, and it felt like saying it that way, you know. Alright, let's get some power. Let's see if it powers up first. I'm just going to kick it over on the Variac, make sure there's no shorts. Wait, does this have a fuse on there? That's the volume power switch. That's that there. What's that? Micro switch of some sort. Doesn't look like it has a fuse. Yeah, it's definitely of its error. Power supply there. Okay. Oh yeah, no, it's got a fuse. It has a fuse. On the mains input goes to there. Okay, ground goes to that, which is there. Active goes up through to that, which is the switch. Looks like down there, the black one goes over here to the transformer. There's the fuse there, cool. Let's just confirm what the fuse is. Where's the fuse supposed to be? Doesn't even say. Okay, some kind of fuse. Let's take a look. 240 volts, 6 watts. Okay. Kaboom boom. Let's do some maths. 6 watts, 240 volts, times current. Being yeah, it's like 40 milliamps, 100 milliamp fuse should do the jobby. This one was after, yeah, big 12 volt wall wart. It was backwards polarity like Airchecks, yeah. Did you see the new analog multi-effects Molly came out with last year? It was chrome, it had 3 or 4 effects, and looked to be 1.5 feet long, dear lord. Amazon just popped up a recommendation buy for me. A gold-plated Toslink cable. Nice, yeah, just what we need. Gold plate on the fiber. I haven't played it in person, but he makes sound good in instant crown clips. Nice. Alright, so what is this? Is that the right fuse? 250 milliamp. Yeah, that's about right. Cool. Cool. In we go. Come on. Right on. Okay, let's just make sure we ain't got no shorts. Power up on the Variac. Go. Power, a couple of watts, nice. 3 watts. 4 watts. 5 watts. 7 watts. 9 watts. Oh. Said it's only supposed to be 6. There we go. You lied. You said you were supposed to be 6 watts. Yeah, 15. That's right. It's fine. Okay, let's take this, plug it in, see how we go. Output there. Right. I got no output, nothing at all. Let's switch off. Oh, there we go. Nice. Oh, it needs a lot more volume. That's a bit odd. E and F are the same note. That's gone funky. Actually, just slightly out of tune. It's like a super saw. That's playing an octave too high. Now it's like firing a random bass note. Trombone. Still the same. Yeah, Kraftwerk and similar. Kraftwerk. Oh, that's right. That ain't gonna work. Trumpet 8 foot. That's an octave out. That's also an octave out. It's playing the wrong register. Piccolo. Ain't even playing nothing. Got nothing going on that. It's like super low output. There we go. Possibly dirty switch. There we go. That recycles the octave there, because it gets up to a certain point. It goes sort of beyond what the the oscillators can go to. Recycles there and violin. Okay, so we got the right note there. Alright, cool. There we go. Cheesy. Oh, I'm no good at those big stretches. Okay, so it's going to need a bit of work, obviously. Deep Purple vibes. Yeah, kinda. Not quite. Not enough gain. Not enough behind it. Oh, scratchy. That's representing the wrong note. Nice. Oh, that's weird. Now it's stuck on a note. So I've got to clean these contacts, it would appear. Full band. Full band does not work. Oh wait, there we go. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look up what the schematics say on this one, but that's missing some harmonics on it. Bass harmonics. Alright. Gotta. At least I know it's semi-safe. Needs a new new power cord. Probably recap the power supply as well, just to make sure. Yeah, it is in that sort of in that vibe of like you know, Vox Continentals and similar. So it's they're a divide down organ that use relatively simple sort of technology to make the sounds they do in a small compact format, you know? Yeah, lots of space trucking going on here. Right, with the doors a bit. Nice. I'm your Uncle Ernie. I haven't seen Dr. Steve Rule yet. I've seen like clips of it, obviously, because you know, internet. But I've not actually seen the show. I'll get around to it at some point. Problem is, a lot of good shows are not easily available in Australia because they're on like Foxtel or similar like cable TV providers, and they suck. I'm gonna give money to Rupert Murdoch. Damn wrinkled up old scrotum. Damn scrotum ass bastard. Okay, go back in there. Come on. On a slightly related note, I got one of the EHX Mel 9 Mellotron emulators pedals. It's a smashing thing. Yeah, they're alright. They're okay. Problem is when they break, because then you have to throw them out because you can't repair them. There's no repairability to them at all. Basically just a DSP sample playback type thing, sample and hold thing. Yeah, bored on that goes or something goes wrong. You know, Uncle Mike ain't going to give anyone any schematics for them. That's for sure. All right. Tim and Eric, definitely an acquired taste. Yes. Yes, they are. But I like that kind of thing. I like that wild kind of thing. There's a, like for that kind of weird, just odd, esoteric kind of, you know, like Adult Swim circa 2005 type vibe. I like those sort of things. And the algorithm fed me up some random TV show. I think I mentioned this the other day, but it's the Greg Sterlace show that apparently has been going on since the 90s. I don't know, but some you know, public access show that's been going on for decades, and it is the most like zen, weird sounding thing like ever. It's just like hearing a group of people like talk about random stuff, but it's like it's like something you'd expect from like one of those like old Adult Swim shows. It's wild. I could just sit there and have it in the background. It's so zen. I think, Brad, you might actually like it. I'll have to send you a link to it. You'll either love it or you'll hate it. It's so bizarre, and they're talking about things I have no idea what they're talking about because it's very localized about that particular part of like New York, I think it is. But yeah, it's absolutely wild. Yeah, like anything AHX, unless it's the old analog stuff, is irreparable. They don't like providing schematics to anyone. They don't like providing parts to anyone. But thankfully, there are people out there who make parts available for them. For example, I repair quite a number of EHX POG pedals a year because I keep the sliders and the rotary encoders on hand. Alright, go in there. In you go. Fit in there. Right, so that go in there. Nice. It's nice that this does have the pedal on there because the pedals are the hardest part to come by for these. It's only got 2 out of the 4 legs, but that's okay. You can put it on a stand, it'll be fine. Alright, let's get that out of the way. Oh, here we go. Okay, that can go down that way. And that can go there, like so. Okay. Well, yeah, well this one's not a fix, this one's just getting an idea as to what's there, because this one's actually in on consignment. So consignment, of course, you know, we sell it on someone's behalf. Not going to do a million bits of work to it, just enough to make it, you know, sellable. So I had to get an idea kind of what's going on with it. There's a couple of weird funky notes, I can fix it up, but it also comes down to whether it's going to be worth it or whether we just sell it as is. I'll try and fix up the most basic things. If I can get at least the E and the F to work properly, then I've got most of the notes across the board and can sell it off. Someone might want to use it to practice repairs on it because they're a pretty simple thing. You saw there's like 12 PCBs for the sound. There's the wiring loom for the keyboard, and then the power supply and the switches. Easy. But yeah, it's now 2:10, and I need to have some lunch because I've been going for a while now. I'm going to have some lunch. I'm going to go to Wes, grab some parts, do all that kind of stuff, and then come back and work on some repairs. But I will be back tomorrow morning again. Same bat time, same bat channel, because Mondays and Tuesdays are my days for repairing things and doing the, doing the streamy type thing and the chit chats. And what am I going to work on tomorrow? Guitars. I've got some refrets I've got to do. So I've got the Gibson Explorer 90 from the 80s I've got to do. 3 P90s and a Kayla trim on an Explorer. It's like one of the most hateable Explorers out there you can imagine. Yeah, the frets on that are completely worn and balked, so I'll need to replace them. What else have I got to do? Couple of basic setups there, set up on that, install some pickups on another guitar, amps and pedals. There's not a huge amount. Keeps pretty quiet at the moment, but I'll have those parts for the Silverface and the Vox. Fix it up tomorrow, and I can call the customer up and let him know. So yeah, once again, it has been a pleasure to come along and entertain you while I don't know, try and make a living out of what I do. Yeah, keep an eye out tomorrow. I'll be on again probably by 10 AM Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah, basically be scheduled and all the rest of that. No shenanigans from you guys. I'm still just getting the hang of doing this, and I mean I'm mainly doing it to get my voice back, to be able to do more of the streaming things, do all that, to try and grow the audience and have some stuff that I can also clip as well to make easy content out of. I've still got to prep some more videos and upload them and update them. Yeah, it's just the joys of being a one-man shop these days. Little old me, so I have to try and keep on top of everything as best as I can, especially with how quiet things are. Can't be all as absolutely inundated with work as some other more talented repairers can be, but, I can at least try. But yeah, until I catch you guys again tomorrow.